Yeah. Mic check. What is going on, realm? Sunday, the Lord's Day. How y'all doing out there? Let's do a little roll call, see how the levels are sounding. What's going on? See some familiar faces already in the realm. Getting to the front of the congregation. What's going on? Feeling a little good. We got some super chats already. Shout out to Star Killer. Final super chat. Factions was broken through the ice and sank into the abyss, never to be seen again. R.I.P. Okay, Star Killer again with the bars. Remember, for 8 months, I wish the CMA would approve the ABK acquisition on October 9th or 10th versus the end of next week. 2023 has been a great year for Xbox. Yeah, we're going to discuss. We will discuss. Shout out to Zach Riley in the building. New name, I've never seen this. The Kong. No doubt. Salute. Zach DB, what's going on? Salute. Lydia Master, what's going on? Talk to me. What's going on out here? We got a lot of people already getting in the front. You know what I'm saying? Pop that. What up? Scottsy was going all hindsight with the hustle. I like the new audio's clear, my mans. Yeah. I had to turn the you know what it is? I had the main beat too loud because I got the new, I'm on that NZXT, the new rig. You know how you get a new rig, your settings, you got to change everything up. So that's what it was. Whatever I brought over, the settings were a little too loud, so I had to turn me up, turn my levels up, turn my mic up, Sadie. KSati, my mans. Oh, what's going on? Salute to you, bro. Salute to you. I like when you sent me that joint with the beat for the ILP, and that was dope. I always appreciate that. Daddy Passion official, you know what I'm saying? For all the frauds out there, this the official Daddy Passion. Y'all better. I love that name. Young Drez, what's up? The young artiste, what's going on? Lee Fitness, okay. Catching us live. I like the name. Lee Fit sound very health is wealth. I'm about that. Chill, my man, Father Gucci. I like that name. Father Gucci, what's going on? Welcome to the realm. Oh, we gotta talk. All right, we gotta talk about that Quest 3. Yeah. Pre-orders in, no doubt. Nady, oh, that's the homie. Nady, what's going on? It's a pleasure to meet you. What was it? PAX West, talking that Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Strangelove, I've been watching you. You're getting out of pocket. I've been watching you. You try to battle, play with your joystick for the title. I see what you're doing out there. Heads Castillo is going on. Salute. You already know. Yeah, we got some fun. Today. Some surprises. You know what I mean? So yeah, looking forward. I got a bunch of nice topics. So I am excited to see what is going on. Jackson Jacob, what's going on? Salute. So we're gonna try to get everybody in the realm. Maybe a little, like I said, a little surprise. Let's see what's going on. And hold on. Yeah, I know you all about that strange lover. You gotta relax. James Morrison, what up? But anyway, so look, we're going to get back to your fun show. I got to make sure everybody is all right. And yeah, man, we'll give you these Dallas bars right quick until we get back. Father Gucci with the beat. Oh, yeah. Yo, that's coming soon. We got one more week for that. I know the realm has been demanding Lord Beefy. I know. It's coming. We're just putting the finishing touches on that. Appreciate that. And we gave y'all that, last week. We gave you that corporate car. You know what I'm saying? But we got to give you that beefy. It's coming soon. Trust me. I'm seeing the final vision. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. Young Drez, appreciate you for the inspiration. Like I said, we got made some little changes here and there. But what you got cooking? Oh, yeah. Well, that health as well. We're going to talk. But anyway. Okay, Danny Passion official, $2 super chat. Danny officially retired. Jim Flying Ryan. Oh, man. Anyway, I'm going to let y'all go. We got to get the rest of the lords up in here. And I will talk to you soon.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sipping
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sipping
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
next.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
it.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
next.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
it.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
next.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
it.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. Well, it's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping and sampling. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
We gonna mics are hot. We're gonna do mic check with you right quick. So I'll talk to us right quick.
Hola.
Hola. The attic right quick. What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
Yeah. No doubt. We're gonna get this thing going. Hear ye. And welcome to the Iron Lords podcast. We are live and on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 325. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today we've got Last of Us Factions on ice. Xbox and ABK deal. Soon, potentially. I miss King's laugh right now. Because I'm used to always getting interrupted.
Come on, let me interject.
You got to do the King. You got to do the King. Assassin's Creed Mirage. Yeah. Forza Motorsport. Yeah. And Redfall's latest update to discuss. Yeah. Woo! Now, yeah, he going to get you the woo with that one. So we going to get right into it. So let's introduce the four. I think we're missing one horseman. What is going on? We are missing one horseman. All jokes aside, our brother King, you know what I'm saying? We may see him, we may not see him.
Send him some love.
Send King some love. You know what I'm saying right now? He's got some things going on, but you never know. You never know what might happen, you know what I'm saying, in the realm today. What's up?
I just want to be very transparent. We do have someone coming through.
Mm-hmm. Put
Put in the chat who you guys think it is, because I'm already curious if anyone guesses them. Guesses them.
No doubt. So let's introduce those other horsemen of the realm. Those original Gaming Next realm. He said King is in lockout.
The other guys.
The Jackson 4.
Tito Jermaine. And the rest of them.
And the rest of the dudes. My co-host with the co-host. My brother from another mother. The difficult game conqueror. Lord of his own world. And the Howl of the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Attic, back to back of the Attic Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. First thing I want to bring up is, shout out to Hex Gaming.
Ooh.
I played this for about 2 weeks now. If it would actually there we go.
There you go.
Yeah,
nice.
there we go. So this time they sent us the PlayStation version.
Mm-hmm.
I actually made this with my girl.
I kind of like that. It's kind of crispy. The little blue with
nice.
the joy,
like
little accents on the side. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm feeling
so
that.
The build quality of this thing's is solid. It really is. Now, obviously, I've had to force myself to play on the PlayStation a little bit more than
Why
I
you had
normally
to-
do.
Why he had to force himself?
'Cause I don't really like until Spider-Man comes out. I really got nothing to play over there because I play all the like multiplats and stuff on Xbox and PC. And you know what I like about this is like it's got these. I've never had like a. It's got these little buttons. on the
It's
back.
actually it's blurring it if you
It's
go
still
too
blurring
close.
if you're going too close.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pull it back.
do you guys
Let me
see
see.
it now?
Yes. What's that? Oh, the paddles in the back, right?
Yeah, these are 4 buttons. There's 2 here.
On
and
the
2
center,
on the
yeah.
end.
Oh, so it's almost like the elite.
It's like an elite controller.
Yeah, that's fire.
I would actually compare this to the Edge controller than like a standard dual sense controller. What I like is like just how customizable. You know, look at the you got the white chrome thing. That was my girl. She had this thing looking different. We had to like compromise. Got the texture.
Yeah, texture.
I love
joint.
these texture things.
Oh, the
and-
grips. Yeah. The grips is hard. I like that.
Yeah, I can't do an Xbox controller now without these things.
Yeah, those grips is important.
Yeah, I will agree with King when it comes to the packaging. Is like, man, you guys got to step up that packaging. Like, that packaging is not it.
It's not it.
And I don't know, like logistic wise, how hard it is to make a packaging. You know, like a lot of premium controllers, like it'll like you do the flap when you lift it up, and the controller's just sitting there. They don't really have that system for this, and it's just like, you know, for the amount of, you know, costly this controller could be, it's like that's the number one feedback I can give. You
Get
know,
that presentation up.
Go back to the drawing board when it comes to how you present this, because that, look, at the end of the day, is that mad important? No, but that can leave a like a really, especially when you're doing unboxing videos, like the way that the controller is presented to you can kill a whole unboxing video. And it's just like, that is the first thing that these people are going to see when they look into it. This is not made by Sony, so Shady. So let's calm down.
Shady was quick on the trigger.
Yeah, so you know, Hex Gaming, we got the little the blue flames. I don't know if people see that that's flames or not. It's my head that it keeps.
They saw it the first time. You put it up like 3 times.
So I enjoyed it. You know, shout out to them for sending that over. And I think, you know, I'm slowly trying to get to work with one of these companies. I want ILP controllers.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
what I want.
You
I
got
want
that crest.
ILP controllers.
With that crest.
I want to put our logo on a controller. I think that would be a real solid experience. And then obviously maybe have one of the because the Xbox is right here. The little wraps. Why don't we got a wrap?
Ooh,
Like
that'd be tough.
it's just, I'm sure some of these companies make that. Companies, reach out.
Holla at your boy.
We got you. Reach out.
Holla at the wolf. He's ready. He's ready to work.
Yeah, but you know, shout out to Hex Gaming. Very solid controller. Really enjoy playing it, and you know, it gives me actually something to look forward to when I do play on that PlayStation. Because you know, I actually have the regular DualSense controller here.
Yeah, that Hex joint look tough. I ain't gonna front. What have you been playing, sir?
Assassin's Creed Mirage. I also been playing what's that game called? Infinity's trash.
Is that that name is so weird.
Infinity's trash. Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Kai. It's a pretty nice little experience. There's so much stuff going on right now. I haven't really had time to like lock down on any particular you know, game. You know, shout out to that game. The game's been pretty solid. I've been playing that. Been playing Assassin's Creed Mirage. I've been playing you know, I'm looking for the Lords of the Fallen. That should be coming here soon.
Yeah, it's tough. We got a chance.
I'm kind of glad that it hasn't got here, but at the same time, it's like I'd like to get, you know, a few hours in that game. And then, you know, obviously Spider-Man. I think by the
it's
you
coming.
know, like a week and a half, we'll be into Spider-Man. Well, that's next Friday. You know, that's a Friday after next.
Yeah.
So the 22nd is the Spider-Man podcast. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, and real quick before I pass it on to Saul, can someone please help me find a poster for Spider-Man? I can't find one.
Really?
Anywhere. It's like PlayStation doesn't sell Spider-Man 2 posters, and I don't understand.
Do Spider-Man 1? You see anyone from the first one?
They have Spider-Man 1, but it's just like, to me, I could get that, but it's like, why don't you have a Spider-Man 2 poster for the game that's literally about to come out?
Maybe
Walmart doesn't have it. Amazon doesn't have one.
GameStop?
I couldn't find it anywhere. I wanted one. I thought the best poster you could have possibly got is Venom in the middle and Peter on one side and Miles on the other. Like, just like they've been showing it everywhere, but I can't find one. Someone hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah, let us know what's going on. He said, we got you at it. You already know. And of course, we have the most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Softstradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How are we doing, sir?
I am good. Coming in hot today. Apologies.
No doubt, no doubt.
Coming in hot, but I'm good. Good overall. Good overall. Feeling a little bit better. Coughing less.
Good.
But not completely gone, but still. Yeah. So, and that's that. Gaming wise, my life hates me. So
Are you not putting out floods? You're not.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's kind of been the residuals of that has been like the rest of the week, and then just like not being able to sit down and game. But what I did do, I played a little bit of AC Mirage, old school Assassin's Creed. You know, I'm an Assassin's Creed. Yeah, like
I know we're gonna talk about that.
I'm a fiend, so I played that on. I actually just put it on the PC this morning, and it's
how we looking? How we looking on the NZXT? What's going on? Show me the build.
Ultra all the way through.
Ultra, what we doing? What's the stats? What's the specs?
The specs? You want the specs of the machine or the specs of the game?
What do y'all bet? I'm just being stupid.
The specs is, what do you run that game on Ultra all the way?
I was asked by the person that made all the NZXT thing possible. They're like, how'd that Forza run? I was like a dream. It kind of makes me want to play more games on PC because I know that anything I play isn't gonna have. Obviously, unless I'm being strong armed by Solve.
I'm trying my best for them not to play the inferior versions on purpose. I don't understand this. I'm going to purposely pick the inferior version when I have the see. If you didn't have the option, it'd be different, right? Like, I'm not gonna shame you for that. Have the option. Nah, I'll go over here.
Why we can't enjoy our console sensibility sometimes? We gotta take it to the max. We gotta take it to the limit.
You have the option to do better. Why?
This addict that be resistant. I'll be going over there. I'll be firing it up. You know what I'm saying?
Don't go over there.
I'll be on that blocks. I'll be on that block sometime. Yeah, no, I got to be because I'm a raw guy like I.
The only thing Cog be doing on that PC, he be do on the block of PC's drive-bys. That's all.
Listen, man.
Speaking of that ROG,
yes,
it runs beautifully on that ROG. Ooh. That Mirage runs very, very nice on that ROG. Yes, very nice. So yeah, we'll talk about it more. Again, I don't have a lot of time with it, but enough to kind of glean certain old school things that I'm seeing, and so we'll talk about that.
No doubt, and of course, obviously, we're missing one Lord the King, but stick around. We may see him. You never know. You might see him later. Send some love to the King.
Knowing King, he'll pop in on like the Jim Ryan conversation and just join in progress. Now I know you guys ain't letting this.
I'm pretty confident King is gonna let us know. You know what I'm saying? If we not keeping it all the way or with certain situations. You know what I'm saying? But of course we got.
And if he doesn't get us this week, he'll get us next week.
Exactly. Oh, then we gonna get. You know what it is? And we gonna get the call like, yo, I listen, and then I can't believe y'all.
Yeah, fronting.
Yeah. We get the strong discipline.
Not even Attic was with me on this. Like,
yeah. What'd you say, Attic?
Maybe if we get 200 likes, King show up in some way. We might have to see that 200 like. People always be like, "How you gonna lock King behind a paywall?" Because I work with the tools I have.
I agree. I think a couple of likes would be. Real nice to free.
That
King.
would be amazing.
That would be amazing. I mean, if y'all really want to see him, y'all call us the Jackson 4 and all that.
Not even just the Jackson.
Yo, that's worse.
There's no individualization. That is just the Jackson.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of them dudes. Like nah. We not doing it.
It's funny. Like I see people be like, "Oh, what Addict acted like this is this is like a battle pass. Yeah, and I need those likes on that battle pass. I don't like it cost you
Yeah.
any money.
We don't feel appreciated.
There's 450 people in here.
Yeah, let's see
I
where the
feel
likes
like
at.
200 likes is fair to get that king,
Nah,
king opinion.
that ain't even enough likes. I feel. You know what I'm saying? Like they need to stay with us longer. we gotta initiate this battle pass further down the track. Right now, that's too early in the track. We give him a skin. We give him a skin at 200, but he gotta give him like 300-400. Then I feel no comfortable that I'm feeling the love we deserve. Then y'all can get killed. Now let me
hold him for ransom.
gotta hold it behind
Hold the line.
We put King behind a paywall, and then y'all won't. Let me stop. And of course we have the gaming ninja himself. This should
You know, it would be even extra.
What?
We only give him like 10% of the video.
Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty.
Loot box king.
Exactly. The Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that rose to the rum of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Play. Shout out to Finding Duke. Had a good one up there talking about Xbox news, and we did our fantasy draft. I actually smoked the boy last year. Had to get him. You know what I'm saying? Had to get him last year. He learned from his mistakes. He ain't gonna do these ridiculous picks where games pie in the sky, Xbox, E3 of dreams.
You know what happens when you go with your heart.
Exactly. You go with your heart, things happen. You know what I'm saying? But salute to him. We got that. That should be up on now. That and we got the Find the Ultimate coming up with the Fantasy Draft Part 2. What we talk about for 2024. So that's good. Stay tuned for that. Shout out to the last word. Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis really had a fun week talking about the conclusion of Season of the Witch. They ended real good. And obviously, all the Bungie controversies. Solve, I think you'd find that quite interesting. The tweets on the Latin community and other things that has happened.
Yes, I saw this. Once again, I hate to be the one to be like, just shut up and dribble. Like,
shut up and
just keep that out of the game realm.
Yeah.
And then especially when I don't want to.
I know.
If I get into it, somebody might be mad at me. But
but your opinion is definitely respected. You know what I'm saying, and needed also on that because we talked as best as we could. You know what I'm saying.
We'll talk about it because I have feelings on all of that stuff. Yeah. But again, I might piss somebody off.
No, you gotta tell you what the guy says. Oh, shout out to 108 Dragon TV
in the building.
Back home, fresh out the hospital, brother. It's good to see you moving and shaking. He had the little video. I'm alive.
Yes,
bro. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're okay. As a person who has frequented hospitals twice this year, it's always good. You know what I'm saying, to see you get through that and your health is wealth. You know what I'm saying, brother. It was good to see you in your spirits. And then for me, what else? It's been obviously AC Mirage, been rocking that. Shout out to Lamp Lighters League. Gave that a fire up. Lord turn base. Got to see what's going on there. I will say at first I was like, I don't know. It started off because, again, I'm coming in with traditional turn-based sensibilities, and this thing is like, you're just kind of like walking around in real time at first, and you can kind of search things, and then they all have like these individual abilities where you can kind of sneak up on guards in real time, but it was like they're limited, right? And then it was the other chick was like a bruiser. It's like an alternate 1930s kind of universe, spy kind of energy. So at first I'm like, all right, this ain't turn-based. You know what I'm saying? So I'm playing. So as you use that and you move through the stage, it's not like a turn-based game where you have a stage and then you beat it, you go to another layer, and then you go to another, whatever. This is kind of like, someone said it, Bitman, it's a hybrid. So what happens is then you do all your real-time abilities that you could do, and eventually you're going to have to fight. It's guards, it's patrol, you're going to have to fight. Then you initiate the turn-based mode with a right trigger, I believe.
I've played games like that before.
Yeah. I've never really played a hybrid like that.
Yeah,
so,
there's one, I can't remember what it was called. I'm sure someone in the chat can tell me. It's like you played as like mutant animals.
Oh, I remember that one. Yes.
Yes.
I know it's the one with the duck on it, right?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, Addict. I know what you're talking about.
I know I reviewed it, so keep talking and I'll get.
Yeah. So pretty much, somebody said Wastelanders in there. Oh no, not that they retracted it. But so anyway, so as I'm playing, then you enter the turn base. Then it's the traditional
Mutant Year Zero.
Mutant Year Zero, yes. So then it's the traditional sensibilities. So I'm like, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Yo, the spy dude, I think his name was Latif. He's ill. He got a thing where he could put a decoy, move around the ramp. Then I like that he could sneak on people, and their cone of vision is lower because he's a sneak. I like the other chick. She's got brute stuff. You get people as you go through the game and you kind of like rescue them and stuff like that. Then the strategy layer, yo, I ain't gonna front, very, I really like it. It started to get better and better. They start introducing more mechanics and more things you could do. And I ain't gonna front, there is a difficulty spike that gets a little crazy. But yeah, Lamplighters League, give it a shot, man. It's in Game Pass, I believe. Yeah.
I recommend you try out Mutant Year Zero. That game was good. It's got a difficult spike too. I remember one time I was sitting there and like all these people showed up. I'm like, they know I only got 3 people, right?
It get a little crazy, but like the some people have some classic stuff like Overwatch. There's a dude that's kind of like a lockpick guy, but he's good with the guns. He got the double, shotgun. I mean, the double shooting kind of mechanic. It's really good. Like I really appreciate what they've done so far. Story is okay, but it has a lot of good voice in it, and I got shout out to them. So yeah, man, give it a shot. Lamplighters League if you're thinking it. And yeah, other than that, I've been rocking. Still been playing Starfield, still rocking that, and a lot of Destiny. I've been playing. Got back, and the story was really good with Season of the Witch, and been raiding with the homies. So that's been pretty much it. So if you want to get to super chats, and then I gotta take care of some bees.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me go get this.
No doubt.
And funding. Okay, we got Lord Star Killer, Xbox Series XO1, $5 super chat. Factions has broken through the ice and sank into the abyss,
Jesus.
never to be seen again. Rest in peace. We don't know that, but yeah. It feels like you want to will that into existence. But then we got Lord Star Killer again. Remember for 8 was Lord Bronze. I wish the CMA would approve the ABK acquisition on October 9th or 10th versus the end of the next week. 2023 has been a great year for Xbox. It's got to be Friday the 13th.
That'd be interesting
going down.
if it go down on that day.
Then we got Danny Passion official $2 super chat. Danny officially retired Jim Flying Ryan. Somebody did.
See what happens when the news come out.
Then we have BT Maverick 707 $10 super chat. Any of my ROG ally gang / deck heads pre-order the Lenovo Legion Go. I'm looking forward to seeing the reviews and capabilities. Hopefully, Windows side is easier to navigate with the trackpads. Thank you, ILP.
Ooh, Solve. That's you, right?
I have not fallen to the FOMO. Again, my thing was this. If it was a faster CPU, yes. It's the same CPU.
Yeah, the Z1 Extreme, right?
The Z1 Extreme. Now, it does have faster RAM, right?
Okay.
I don't know to what extent, but the RAM is faster. It has a bigger screen.
Yes.
It has the trackpads. It has the removable sort of Joy-Con-like
Yeah,
sticks
like the Switch joint.
that convert also to like a mouse and trackpad pretty much, right?
Okay.
It does all of that. So it's very cool stuff. I'm like, if I'm not seeing a substantial leap in performance,
right.
I'm good for right now.
And
this is interesting, though. It's very, very cool what they're doing with it.
Very interesting. I want to see how their interface is, but I'm hearing no VRR for them. Unlike
it's supposed
the
to be VRR.
Double
It has
check.
HDR. It has
It's
HDR.
HDR, but
Right.
the Ally doesn't have HDR, from my understanding, right? Or no?
No HDR. No,
right.
No.
But I was told, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I heard it from Jez, no VRR on it. But yeah, confirm if you can. Maybe I got it wrong, or maybe he got it wrong, but I could have sworn I heard that from him, listening to him recently.
I'll finish the super chat.
Yeah, finish the
chat.
chat.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I could have sworn it had it, though. I know it has a faster refresh rate, if I'm not mistaken, on the screen.
On the screen.
Might be 144 hertz or something like that. Some craziness.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay. Then we have Rambling Entertained $5 super chat. I'm playing Horizon Zero Dawn, and I found it to have great gameplay. But why did no one call out PlayStation or Guerrilla when they said this game is an RPG? It's an action RPG that, like, you have upgrade paths and stuff like that make it RPG like. So it's very much an open world kind of action RPG. It's not just a straight action game. But it's going to depend on how, because you don't have to do all of that stuff, right? You could beeline the story, not really care too much about the open world, not really care too much about upgrading your weapons and stuff like that. And, it'll be more of an action game. But it can be played as both, I would say.
Fair enough.
And we got Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat.
Here we go.
Cog, I heard you don't like mayo on your hot dog, but what if I gave you a nice load of my organic homemade mayo on your meat? Would that change your mind?
Yo, we need King here because I need the beat.
Yeah, we need the beat. He's the only one to get the beat work properly.
Yo, King got the beat. King, you are missed right now. Back to you, Saul. Woo!
And let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze, NC Ghost of Low Road. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Yes. Salute.
Then we have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Can't wait for The Last of Us Part 2 remastered on PS5, Last of Us Fractions, Last of Us Golfing for PSVR 2, and Last of Us 2 remake on PS6.
It's messy.
Then we have Necromancer Zale, member for 22 months, Lord Gold, Callisto Protocol, Dead Space remake, and soon Alan Wake. It's been a good year of horror games. Yes, I'm excited for Alan Wake 2.
Yeah,
Oof, my lord.
It's a big one.
Then we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Oh no, the joystick steal King away.
No, I'm not even gonna say that because he can be pissed. Listen, yeah, I had something. Yeah, I was gonna say something funny, but he gonna watch it. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Then we have TSWS Gaming, member for 6 months, Lord Gold. Physical collector's edition of Dead Island 2 is $25 with the expansion pass at GameStop website. Shout out, that's crazy. Forspoken is $17.50 physical and more.
Some deals.
Looking for them end of year deals. They're here for sure. They're starting to get here anyway.
Facts. Get them deals together.
Then we got Dr. Strangelove again.
Man,
$5 super chat. Cog, I need you to give Bungie the smoke. First, they take away my Last of Us factions. Then they call me and my people Latinx. Give them that MK1 smoke.
Listen, man. I will give you that. Like, yeah, it's been a rough week for them. You know, PR wise. Obviously, that tweet was not well received, and you know the community spoke back out there. And
talk, Saul.
Let's give Saul his bars. I'd rather Saul just get his bars off now because it's the timing. I feel is right. If you want to,
can you set it up for me, please?
Well, yeah. Well, pretty much. You know, obviously it was a big tweet by Bungie. Let me see if I can pull it up in reference to the Latin community, and it definitely got a lot of pushback. I'm trying to get the exact quote on it for a second right now. Give me a second here, because this is professional podcasting. This is what we do. Let's get that joint up. Because I don't think they even took it down, which is kind of interesting.
No, yeah. I didn't expect them to be honest with you.
I thought they just kind of things off. I kind of thought they would. So here it is. All right. So basically, this is October 2nd. Being Latin/A/E/O/X is more than just a location on the map. Just as being Hispanic is more than the language we speak. We are proud to introduce our new idea, Latin at Bungie. So, yeah, this got a lot of almost, 23 million impressions on Twitter. The responses have been less than pleasant. Looks like Twitter, or X, or should we call it now, they've added some additional verbiage to the context to it, saying that others note that this tweet is almost correct. Not even descendants of Latino migrants in the USA, like Latinx or Latin E, Latin people or Latin person would be correct. Latinx or Latin E are suggestions by people who don't understand Latin languages or foreign culture. So that was the context added to the tweet by Twitter. So, Sav, our resident, what we gonna call you?
Our token Latino.
Our resident Latino on the scene.
Coming to you live from
I don't feel qualified. Yeah, coming to you live from it. I don't feel qualified to answer because obviously I am not part of the affected group, but I definitely understand, wanting to be represented, and also, not, if you're not feeling something that another group or whatever is, saying about your group. So I'm done rambling. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I'm all for the idea of having to still, okay, let's do this. It saddens me that we're still at a point in the history of humanity that we have to set aside dates and times to celebrate specific cultures, whether it be, Black culture, whether it be Latin culture, because in day-to-day life, they're underrepresented, right? It bothers me that there's a Black History Month. It bothers me that there's a Latin Heritage Month. It should just be You know what? It just be the heritage of humanity. It's all mixed in, right?
Yeah, I get you.
It bothers me that has to be the case. With all that said, when it comes to the idea of being Latin, Latino, Latina, Hispanic, my troubles with attaching the X to it and sort of the X being representative of everything and everyone is that there's really no need for it, because the word Latin on its own does not indicate a gender. The word Hispanic on its own does not indicate gender. You can say I'm Latin, I'm Hispanic, and it still be as broad as saying something like a Latinx. So I don't. It kind of feels like that's a new generation thing that when you think about it, a lot of people talk about it, stand on soapboxes about it, kind of in social media circles. But I haven't met anybody who kind of
that's all I was gonna ask you. Like,
I want to be referred to as that. I work with a number of people who are queer or transgender, a number of people, and none of them, none of them. So
none of them even take on that. Okay.
No, when it comes to their heritage, no. Obviously, some of them, they prefer they them pronouns and things of that nature. But when it comes to heritage, that the Latinx thing is not something that they sort of gravitate to. It's kind of not a real thing. Again, because we have a way to identify ourselves that way if that's what we choose, right? Fair. In the same way, I would identify myself as a Hispanic man or a Latino, So that's the thing, and to me, that's again people standing on soapboxes. And what bothers me a lot about that is that sometimes I feel that it's not the people who are actually affected by it. It's the people that think that they have something to pay. You heard the thing of white man's burden, this thing that I carry this guilt for things that have happened in the past. And it's sometimes it's those people trying kind of overstepping bounds and not understanding that sometimes these type of movements are best left to the people that are affected by it, as opposed to you trying to sort of overtly be helpful. And I understand none of it is in malice at all. But sometimes in doing that, you're not really understanding the point of it. So when you say, again, so I don't think what Bungie is intending to do here is necessarily off base. It's in its overall intention. It's just that when you're showing that you have one point of view on it, and that point of view is something that is, in my opinion, and in my sort of experience till now, it's just something that's sort of expressed in social media sort of discussions on this sort of stuff, and not something that presents itself in real life. So that to me is what bothers me. Again, we already have a way to identify ourselves if we want to remove gender from the equation, or kind of leave it, So that's the way I feel about it. And again, I might piss somebody off by saying that, but the X thing to me just feels like it's another thing to this effect is, and it goes back to my original point. It's just like these are the things that continue to create divisions, and we don't see that, as opposed to just learning how to accept each other's differences in a world where now it's, you have to really pay attention. If you haven't been someone who's never paid attention to that, who's never been around people who've questioned, hey, this might be offensive if you say this to me in this way or that way, there are ways to address that don't continue to create divides between us. And the X thing, to be honest with you, I just kind of think it creates another divide, as opposed to us just learning as human beings to deal with
each other.
It's very simple if you think about it. We just tend to complicate things.
No, I respect what you said, and I see a lot of consensus on that. I believe Chris Reagan had similar comments and thoughts to you in reference to that, and some people feel.
Oh, Chris spoke on it.
Yeah, Chris spoke on it, and I would highly recommend listen to the latest Sacred in reference to his comments on that. And some people feel it's imposing or hijacking language. All I will say this in reference to get back to the gaming. I know we're gonna get to the gaming, which is as far as Bungie, this is what I will say. As a person that obviously I'm a fan of Bungie, I've known them for a long time. Obviously, I play their games. I think that internally, my thought process is that they try to cater to everyone. They are a very
Yes.
diverse, inclusive kind of thing. And sometimes you may have a smaller subgroup that maybe they were trying to represent. Because I thought it was interesting the tweet didn't go down. That was my whole thing. And I think now this could be a teaching moment that obviously the group affected does not like this, right? So, you know, hopefully they learn from it. But I'm glad. I did want to talk about it because it was so big. And I was like, damn, I haven't talked to you. So sorry, Chad. It's me talking to my brother and just getting his feeling on it. But that's what I wanted to get. But we can get back to the super chats in the game.
Yeah. Again, it's a crude way of saying just focus on what you do.
Yo, you stupid. Just do what you do.
Just do what you do, man.
No
Just
doubt.
do what you do.
No
Again,
doubt.
feel how you want to feel. Just don't include it in everything you do. Like, just give me a nice, well-represented Latino character in whatever game.
There we
You
go.
know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, research it. Make sure the voice is right. The timbre of the voice is right. Again, and in a world like a Destiny, like, what does that even mean, right? Again, but that is specifically why you could just do kind of whatever you want in those scenarios where it's a fantasy world. But
Fair enough. So we can't have a bodega in the tower. Okay.
I would say not do that. No,
We can't have a bodega in the tower. We can't have the coochie frito spot in the
no chopped cheese in the tower.
We can't have chopped cheese in the tower. Oh man! All right.
You know
all right.
what? I would not. You know me. I'm not offended by a lot. I'll be like, yeah, that's hilarious.
Can't have bodega X in the tower.
While everybody else is like burning down, burning steaks at the Bungie headquarters.
Let me get that Oscar Pollo con habichuela in the tower. Let's go. Anyway,
But,
moving on.
I wouldn't be opposed to it, but you know,
Hey,
you
I'm
know
about
the
it.
world
I'm
that we
for the
live in.
BX. Oh,
The
I
world
get-
that we live in.
Fair enough. What else we got on the super chats?
Stereotypes are 99% true anyway, most of the time.
We gonna get canceled. Time. Moving on.
I know. Let me see. Robert Keller, $2 super chat. King early access DLC ? ILP bumping prices, fam.
Yeah, let's see what the likes are. We free king. Where the likes at?
Yeah. Where them likes at?
Oh, they had 220. They had 220. They almost there to that
Okay,
300.
yeah.
They almost there. The
Nice,
ratio will
nice.
be halfway. Yeah, we're gonna hold them behind the paywall. Y'all ain't far enough on the battle pass yet. Moving on.
Then we got Sin Vendetta, $10 super chat. You should partner with Pope Art for ILP controller. Yeah, Pope Art is fam. So you know, you never know.
Never know.
Never know.
You never know.
Then we got Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. Corpo Cog, no Bungie monetization models here on ILP, please.
Nah. Corporate Cog is here. Let's see what the likes is at. Let's
see what
Corporate
the
Cog.
likes is at.
We at 220. That's not a 247. All right, we getting there.
It's an easy battle pass.
Yeah,
We're not
listen.
asking much of you here. We're not
Listen,
asking
man,
much.
we need more engagement. Corporate Cog needs more engagement for ILP right now. So, yeah, we got to get to 300. We get to 300. I'll get Ag to release that. But right now, we need y'all further on the battle pass. Continue.
Then we got Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. Sony needs to be investigated for an anime distribution monopoly in the U.S. after the Crunchyroll and Right Stuff merger. Then we got Gerald Mack, member for 35 months, Lord Silver. Is it safe to say that the P that became a snowball has now become an avalanche? Game Pass Xbox World Order is fully operational.
Oh, I mean, y'all know I'm the one that came up with the avalanche. But yeah, we got to see what's going to happen. So they got a lot of things cooking, man. A lot of things.
Then we got Necromancer Zale, $2 super chat. Meant to add that they're closing down Right Stuff. Oh, they are shutting. They're merging and closing down Right Stuff as an individual thing. Ooh.
Okay.
Addict, any thoughts on this?
Addict is in the bushes for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, we going to continue.
We're done. We're caught up.
All right, no doubt. So let's take care of the bills and other things what's going on. And yeah, it's LogNet time. LogNet time of the month. You already know what it is. Shout out to LordsOfGaming.net, our amazing writing team, amazing editorial team. Competition every month is very good and some of the best in the game, man. So yeah, we got to celebrate one particular scribe at LordsOfGaming.net and went above and beyond in the month of September. Has been on an absolute tear and give us live, well not live, but on the floor coverage at the Tokyo Game Show. That is something I am extremely proud of. You know, this is one of our veterans, you know what I'm saying? One of our day one, so to speak, has been doing it for a long time. Proudly present the latest winner of the Lord Dizzy Scribe of the Month to the Magic Man, the man with the beautiful suit blazers, Lord Gene Schaffmeyer, you know what I mean? He couldn't make it today. Obviously, he couldn't get a video in time, but we wanted to give him his flowers. He absolutely killed it. Highly advise you to go to lordsofgaming.net. Check out all his content. He is a beast.
He went to Tokyo on his own
dime, bro.
to do this.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lord Gene, we are going to hopefully join you in the future. Hopefully
Yes.
things, work out. Definitely, brother, that's one of our kind of bucket list things that we got to get done. And you are the Lord of Tokyo. So, hey, we got our Lord Lognet brother there. That would be dope to get that popping. So that's that. And then our secondary Lognet Award in honor of my brother Lord Dizzy as a nurture of talent. This is the people behind the scenes that don't get the credit, the editorial team that really has been doing it for a long time. This is another one of our veterans from the very beginning. Actually, a first-round draft pick from Lord Dizzy himself. He's the pillar of consistency. He's been killing it. He always comes up with great ideas for the team, how we can improve. His Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty review was excellent. He's informative, and then he's been killing it with the news and guides on Lies of P. He's been really killing it with that and his amazing walkthroughs and stuff like that. So we proudly present the winner of the Lord Dizzy Lognet Editor of the Month to Lord Gondor, a.k.a. Daniel May. So I think he's got a little thing to say for us.
Hey guys, I just want to start by thanking everyone for honoring me as Editor of the Month. It is a fantastic honor to get. It's been such a great time working and writing with Lords of Gaming. I especially do want to shout out the editors table and all the writers at Lords of Gaming. I especially want to shout out Cog as well as our editor-in-chief Mahmoud. Both of them especially helped us get the review codes for Cyberpunk, Lies of P, and has truly made the majority of my gaming schedule this past month. Additionally, I also want to thank anyone who I've gotten the chance to talk to about Starfield the past month. I am really happy that a lot of people resonated and saved the how to build your ship guide I wrote at the beginning of the month, and I'm really happy to see how well it's landed, pun intended, for everyone. I also especially do want to thank anyone that I've gotten the chance to talk to about Lies of P. It's been great having a game that we've so strongly talked about and have talked about our various successes and failures in that game. And it's been a lot of cool conversations around particular games. I am really looking forward to what we have coming up for Lords of Gaming. And I just ask to all you watching right now, stay tuned. We got a lot of cool stuff coming.
Right. Salute. Lord Gondor, Editor of the Month. That is the homie. Appreciate you, what you do, man. Like high quality work. He's been killing it for a long time. So salute to him. Make sure y'all hit Salve up for y'all rewards.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all do what y'all gotta do. And so we got if we have any, I got Patreon questions before we jump into the topics, or you want me to, you got super chats?
We got one more super chat from Mandingo McPickens.
Salute.
$2 super chat. I want a Mandingo character. Bulging.
Whoa. Doing the most. You're doing the most.
Too much.
I want you guys to put in the chat. You know, I'm about to send a link to our guest. I want to see if you guys guess it real quick.
All right, no doubt. While we do that, I'll do the Patreon questions. Oh, man, here comes Dip Down. Dip Down Games and Anime. Here we go. A dimensional dragon has appeared. He plans on destroying the world due to reasons. Unless not the four of us right now, the three of you can agree on the three baddest gaming villains of all time. Can you save the world for a second time, or we'll blow up the sixth time when y'all don't agree? Let's start with
Wait a
Attic,
minute.
our most controversial person.
So hold on. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I missed it. We have to unite how many of the
Three of the baddest video game
to save
villains.
the world?
Yeah, it looks like he did say gaming villains of all time. So we got to agree on who are the three baddest. I think I know what Addicts 1 and Addicts is already. But let me let him.
Again.
All right, so again, unless the dimensional dragon has appeared, he plans on destroying the world due to reasons. Unless the three of you can agree on the three baddest video game villains of all time. Attic, what is your three? Yeah, give me some villain. I know one of them. Ain't you gonna say that dude from what's his name? Jack of Blades? You always go hard for Jack of Blades. No? No Jack of Blades.
To say he's like the baddest villain of all time, I don't know if I would.
Right, so let me put a nomination.
Even Sephiroth, I don't know if I would
Ooh,
go with him.
okay.
Because he's powerful, but the baddest of all time?
Give me some villains. Give me a villain so we can agree. What is it?
I mean, Kafka.
Kafka's up there. Stop.
Kafka,
Okay.
Kafka destroyed the world.
Destroyed the world.
Literally leveled the world.
Okay, Kafka.
I would consider Sephiroth more of an anti-hero that just
Right.
did stuff for his own stuff.
What about how we feeling about Aatrox? Not big enough. You beat up Beef, kicked him off the job. Aatrox.
No, once again, I would feel like Aatrox is more of he's more of like an like he's off of his own. Like in order to be considered a true villain,
Yeah,
to me, there has to be criteria. Like you have to be doing stuff strictly for evil, and I don't think that. I would say Ganon. I would say Ganon. Ganon's one of them.
Ganon. Yeah, Ganon. Yeah, everybody chats with Ganon.
Let me see. What about
Dick Down says the clock is ticking. He loves putting us in these situations.
So Kafka, Ganon.
Did we agree with? I see you doing that Final Fantasy 6 Kafka in the extra show. Did we agree on Kafka's Addict?
Kafka left. You can't.
Kafka is pretty. Yeah, he's.
All right, I'm gonna let him ride. I know what he's doing. I'm gonna let him ride.
Not about this man and no paper.
I don't want you trying to get your Final Fantasy 6 propaganda going again.
I'm not gonna bring him. I'm not gonna bring him up, and he's not gonna do nothing.
Because it always starts our arguments. Continue.
You know what's funny? Another one that kind of not an argument, but the boss of
give me a boss.
Azura's Wrath. The boss. Of
Somebody
Azura's
said
Wrath.
the dog from Duck Hunt. I'm done.
What about like a Wesker or like
How we feeling about Wesker?
Wesker, yes, Wesker is definitely one of them. He is the definition of a bad guy.
Yeah, Wesker.
Like,
So we had Wesker. Who was the first one we had? That was good.
Kafka, Wesker,
and was the one?
and Ganon.
Ganon. That's strong. That's
What
strong.
about
Time is running out. The dragon's approaching.
I agree with those three.
I like them three.
Yeah, that's it. We need three, right?
Yeah, we just need three. We
Okay,
just need
okay,
three.
yeah,
It would have
got
been
it.
four. We came with. We got three. No doubt. All right. So next Patreon question comes for the homie Stitch 669. Okay, let's talk about it. After seeing the review scores for Forza Motorsport, I can't but have to call out the media again. The game looks better, runs better, has more options in game with an insane car collection, but yet lower scores than GT7. Another game that suffers from the Xbox tax. Addict, your thoughts? Car enthusiast, Forza Motorsport reviewer.
Oh, I don't know any of the cars.
Do you think there is, according to Stitch, there's an Xbox tax that with media bias about GT7?
I don't know. I think there's a bias in the media that might, vote down certain things. But as far as say that like the media is coming together to attack something, I don't know if I'll go that far. But I do think there are people that don't like when I think media are entitled. I think we can go that far. I think that some of the stuff we saw in Starfield was because of entitlement. What's funny is the media be telling me that I shouldn't feel entitled, but the moment you don't give any of these people any kind of access, they are on campaigns. Like, there's been countless games that I haven't got a review but I still reviewed it with try to be unbiased as possible. Some of these media people don't get a game when they get it. They give it a 6 out of 10. I don't know.
Are you
don't know.
implying that the media is not entitled to every review copy from a game studio? Or
No,
what are you
I'm
implying?
saying the media is some of the most entitled people in the industry.
Interesting.
You don't give the media stuff. They have their little fire torches, especially if it's a game they were anticipating. Let Square Enix not give some of these media Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And see how much
energy different
sauce they be talking.
Energy different.
That's the only thing I just don't like. I don't like how the industry ran in general with review codes, but that's a conversation for a different day.
No doubt. Solve your thoughts. Stitch feels strongly about Forza Motorsport, and then Xbox tax. Is there a media bias?
So I haven't played it, so I can't say. I can't say to what it is. I have seen some video that looks super impressive on the Forza end. I haven't seen. I've seen like one comparison video with like rain and stuff.
Yeah.
Comparing GT to Forza. So again, my expectation would be that the game that comes out nearly 2 years later would, have more advancements in terms of visual fidelity and quality and stuff of that matter. I'm surprised there haven't been more overt conversations about like, oh, it's not better than GT7 and it came out. I haven't really seen a lot of that conversation.
Digital Foundry a little bit for minor like graphical things on the track.
But I just thought that would be a conversation that would really be happening like on Twitter, like big time. And it just hasn't really happened. So again, I can't really speak on it. Do I think sometimes I do feel like Xbox games have an uphill battle? I really do. I really do. Because again, people make comments sometimes. Like again, there was a video about I think it was IGN. Something they were talking about. They were we're playing Spider-Man, and they would one of the people on the video was like, I'm predicting right now we're giving this game minimum a 9 out of 10 or something like that. And it's not something that I go crazy over. But when you say stuff like that, there are people who are going to nitpick every little thing that you say and say, hey, you've played 10 hours of this game and you're already saying it's a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. So you got to be careful with that sort of stuff, especially if you're in the sort of if you're in the sort of an IGN or something like that where you're reviewing games. So I do kind of feel like sometimes Xbox games have an uphill battle for whatever reason. It's like every time they go out there, it's like you got something to prove. You got something to prove. Whereas coming from a Nintendo or a PlayStation, it's you have the benefit of the doubt. Right? It's different. It's different. So again, whether they've earned that or not, you could debate that as well, right? To me, every game is a fresh start, I think, but. I get it. I get how people could feel that way. Should that translate into professional reviews? And no, probably not. I would say no. Don't do that.
Fair enough. Attic is gonna say this before I go.
I think my thing is just like be genuine. I feel like some people use their platform to speak their personal beliefs, and if they're not heard, they'll use the actual platform to speak their personal beliefs. And it's just like, and then the biggest part of this issue is people like companies like Metacritic, they let it happen. When a company comes out there and says that they're giving Hi-Fi Rush a 6 out of 10 because it's an Xbox game and it's literally right there in stone, and it's in text, why is Metacritic letting that fly? Right. So it's like that's clear bias. That is bias to the definition.
I feel that.
But you just letting it rock.
No, I feel that. I think that's where my thing is. Like, and I got to shout out my brother King on this because it's like he's got the classic line, no one can tell me how my food tastes. To me, at the end of the day, these are just outliers. These are even our side. Like it's one of our things where it's like you go to it if you respect the opinion of the platform or the particular writer and you have sensibilities with them. You agree or you disagree. I think I always feel to go to the people who are really knowledgeable in that genre. Like that's my thing, right? And then the second thing is just like, look, at the end of the day, bias exists. We're all humans. We all have our inherent biases. That's a fact. You know, what I like is the people who can at least be objective on the platform that's not their preference, right? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that is their preference, so that you can also get a different perspective as well. I mean, it's one of those things. As far as Forza specifically, you know, where I'm at with it, I'm not the hardcore simulation guy. I said during my interviews with the Turn 10 team, I'm the casual guy. I'm a Forza Horizon guy, right? Haven't played Gran Turismo since, you know, Gran Turismo 2, you know, Polyphony Digital days back with the replays and all that. Haven't played it since then. And, you know, to me, the hardcore guys are going to dictate this. From what I see, the 84 to 85 is a strong score for Forza Motorsport. People are having issues more so with the car RPG elements, you know, kind of thing. I did see some graphical pushback initially from Digital Foundry, but then I seen some stuff recently that blew me away with, like, Forza in the water, like with the rain, and that just
Kinda crazy.
God
Kinda
tier.
crazy.
I was like, yo, so, you know, look, at the end of the day, you know, use your judgment. If you feel the outlet is biased, then we got to stop giving them power, right? You know, why are we even supporting it? Just go to the sites and the outlets or the writers that you respect. The more, and don't give attention to stuff that you think has that bias. That's all I can say. But
I actually have the opposite effect.
Mhm.
Yeah, I want you guys to shine a spotlight on that, because to me, unless you know, the insects hide in the dark. So unless you put a light on them, they're gonna stay in the dark.
What I will say to your point earlier in reference to like the Bethesda/Starfield situation, I will say this, and I'm never a person that jumps out on this media bias thing crazy, but I will say, first of all, no one is entitled to a review code, including us. We are not. We were lucky. We are fortunate. No one's entitled. That includes media outlets, journalism as well. So, in my opinion, you know, when that happened in this particular case, I felt a certain subset of journalists felt a way that they didn't get it. Right. So,
and the funny is these same journalists would tell, like, you know, small influencers like us that we shouldn't feel entitled.
Right.
But the moment they don't
get it, exactly.
It's over.
Exactly. So to me, again, when I look at stuff, I don't feel that has anything to do with the game, because the game, from an engagement standpoint, and as far as millions of people playing it, we've already seen what the daily active users, the monthly active users are on Xbox, most game played, so the majority do not feel. It's almost like that. Remember, like there's like real like critic score and user score. That to me seems the disparity with Starfield. To me, Starfield is the only time where I've seen that example where I feel this is a bigger issue. And I seen some outlets say, yeah, and we're giving it a 7.2 as the highlight. of nothing, like that's the talking point. So when I see that, I'm like, I don't know about that. So look, people can review, have their feelings on how they feel the game. If they feel it's a certain score, that's fine. But I do feel the Starfield moment was an inflection for the first time. Major outlets did not receive it. And there's going to be some pushback by certain groups.
To be fair, when does major outlets never get a game?
That is true. It's very rare. It's very rare.
Just like, in order to see, you know, sometimes you gotta have the light on bruises to see that there's actual bruises. Like,
yeah, look, and like I said, I don't knock any game company who says, if we feel in the past you have taken your reviews outside of the realm of the gaming sphere and made it personal attacks against their team, I don't feel it's out of bounds to be like, we don't feel comfortable with you reviewing it. And then at the same time, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, look, that's all I'm gonna say on it. As far as the media bias, whatever. But use your own discretion. Go to the people you trust or the content creators you trust, and then from there make your discernment as far as which one you support. So that's where I'm at with that. Snail Killer. Hello, fellow lords. This week we got a lot of bad fan behavior. People trying to spoil Spider-Man makes no sense. Is there anything content creators and gamers can do to stop this? Shout out to Addict to calling the behavior out on some people.
Yeah, I actually unfollowed those individuals. Sadly, I was looking at a Starfield post and was reading some of the comments, and there was a video that popped up, and I thought at the beginning was Starfield. I saw clear Starfield gameplay, so I clicked on it, started watching, and like 10 seconds into it was like the biggest spoiler you could have.
Oh, damn.
So I just like, I get it. Some people feel like, you know, some of the PlayStation, toxic fans was being extra with Starfield, but it's just like, okay, your point. Yeah, I had like friends ruin whole plot twists in Naruto 10 years before it happened in anime, but you don't see me acting that way. It's just like, and then it's like, I get it. You think you're attacking PlayStation fanboys, but you're really attacking me too. Now I got this spoiler that I didn't need to see, but I've seen it because some of you act like this Twitter stuff is real life.
They out there, they banging in the street.
It's like, mute them and move on with your life.
Oh man, that's hilarious. So, your thoughts on fan behavior spoiling games?
I mean, I don't know, man. Is it asking too much for you guys to finally one day just grow up? Like, I'm just
put the guns down.
Yeah, like come on, man. You spoiling Spider-Man? What are you doing?
Nah, son. They was doing dirt on my Starfield. Nah.
I'm like, yo, and so the thing is, okay, so these aren't people that got early codes. They managed to get their hands on the game early, right?
No, these are people. So what pretty much happened is someone that got an early code started spoiling the game, and it could have been to a friend, and a friend put it on the internet, and then it's like a domino fire. But then, Xbox fanboys took that and weaponized it. And look, if you put on there, you put spoiler thing where you click on it and click on. That's one thing.
They gave my Starfield a 7. I gotta clap back. I gotta spoil everything.
When you open up Premium Premiere and you play, you put some Starfield gameplay in there, and you cut and you put the spoiler in the middle and yank it together. To me, we fighting now. Like it's like you this isn't just you threw it on Twitter. You deliberately going out of your way to make this worse.
Okay.
I mean, you know what it is? It's like I still can't process in my head that true fanboyism really exists. Because we sit here, we joke.
All right, all right. Shout out to Lord Parris who joined. But here's the thing, in fairness to this generation, it was bang bang, gang gang. Genesis does with Nintendo during the day. When we was in school, it was a little bit like you was a Sega dude using Nintendo.
But it got to that because they started doing it, right? Because of the marketing, right? Because us of our own accord, I was like, oh damn, I don't have that. Can I go to your house and play it?
Fair.
Can I go to your house and play it? Can I go to your house and see that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not. It was us falling into the marketing speak. Like, wait a minute, Genesis does what Nintendo? Wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever, the non-fight that was the Sega Master System versus the NES. There was no fight there, but us Master System heads was like, but it's more powerful. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. It was more powerful. So I get it though. My thing is just, okay, I get it. When I was a kid, I get it. These are not children spoiling Spider-Man.
Oh, you trying to say these are grown men? The grown men.
Grown men spoiling Spider-Man on the internet. Like, what is going on here? Like,
fair enough.
Again, you could sit here and be like, oh, these guys, this Xbox-centric podcast, whatever you want. That's all King. King will be the first person to tell you, don't you dare ever spoil Spider-Man for me. I would never do that to anyone. And it's just one of those things. It's like, come on, man. Like, you could sit there, you could talk all the smack you want. You could get into debates. You could do stupid things like call into a show and front like you played the game and didn't play it. Like, if you want to go to that level,
yeah, that happened.
You could do that. Yes. Go to that level, whatever. It's stupid, but go to that level. But when you really maliciously do something like put spoilers to a story-based game online, like, come on, what's wrong with you? Yeah. Like, come on. We no one here abides that behavior.
Let's be real here. I know I say it's like because of the stuff that happened with Starfield. Some of these suckers would have did this without Starfield.
Bang. Hashtag remember the 7. Remember the 7. Remember the 7. We clapping. We on them.
I'm even go out on a limb.
You're not hurting IGN with that though. They have Spider-Man.
They was laughing at the models, the hair, and the water. Hashtag remember the 7. We got spoiled all again.
Let me stop and interject.
Yes, please. Lord Parris, what's going on? Kind of funny Xcast, and of course the legendary Gamer Tag Radio. How we doing, sir?
No, I'm doing good. And first and foremost, yeah, I know y'all are on like hour 16 of doing this, so I appreciate you having me on.
Still in intros, Parris. Intros.
We're in the pregame. It's the pregame warm up, baby. We got our warm up suits on.
We really should start calling this pregame.
The Bucks on the bye week. That's the only reason I'm here.
Yes.
Nah, but to what you were just talking about, being serious, the difference when we were coming up during the 90s with Genesis and Super Nintendo, all that, first and foremost, there was no social media. So you didn't have all this global interaction over this stuff. I'm sure you still had just as many people that were just as petty back then. But here's the difference. We were all poor. At least I was poor.
Yep. Facts.
I had the Nintendo. My buddy had the Genesis. You'd have somebody that would have the Commodore or the TurboGrafx 16. We were going to each other's house to go play and borrowing and all that. Sure, you'd had a little smack talk or whatever, but it was still about playing the games. It wasn't about, let me go purposely try and spoil something for you because you like the other brand that I don't like or whatever crazy stuff that's going on now. And yeah, I saw the I saw the Spider-Man spoilers, but sorry, I already beat it. So you didn't get me.
You ain't spoiling it for me, right?
But it's the point of why. Yeah. And I get some of the backstory. Maybe y'all don't want to go into it, but sure, there may have been some harassment that was happening, but the counter isn't, let me spoil it for everybody. Yeah. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't say nothing negative about Starfield. And look where I am, sitting here spoiled on Spider-Man. Like,
yeah. So it's where we are now. It's just the petty back and forth. Like people like the review. Like, look, I know I caught it a couple of weeks ago because I was talking about the Steam and Starfield and review bombing and all that kind of stuff. I guess it wasn't 100% accurate, but the point of people going online purposely saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go buy this game, give it a bad review, and then refund my money, buy it again, and give it another bad review," is everything that's wrong with all of this.
Well said.
Imagine the amount of energy that
a lot of
to do that. You should put that energy to making a video and you can get that game before it comes out. You should do that.
Yeah, it's definitely something. You gonna say something before I jump in?
No, it's just, again, that's what I'm talking about. Like you really, this is what you're doing with your life. Is going out there and planning your day around how am I going to bring the score of this game down. Like, what's going on, man? Like,
oh man,
bro. Look,
man, I'm a little disappointed as y'all thought we was gonna be unified. Hashtag remember the 7.
No.
I thought we was spoiling everything out here. All right, I guess I gotta be mature about it.
You know what's funny? Like all the people that was spoiling it, like all these Xbox people that were spoiling it, I looked, ain't none of them followed me. So there's a reason for that because I never co-sign that kind of behavior.
No,
like
sure
I don't care what happens. Like first off, if Twitter is bothering you to that degree where you have to do that, you need to uninstall this thing.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, if your whole life is good, so.
I'm interested to see what King thinks about it because I know I think somebody mentioned it on Twitter, and he said something to the effect is like, I don't care about spoilers in a superhero game because you know how it ends. The superhero
wins. Gonna go win anyway. Vintage King.
He's like the end.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Even though that he don't care about spoilers, King ain't out there spoiling.
Oh yeah, facts. Yeah, he ain't doing that. Yeah, he ain't doing that. No, I mean, look, it is what it is. I totally agree with Parris, totally agree with Saul, everyone. You know, this is ridiculous. You know, at the end of the day, it should never come to that. Any energy dedicated to trying to ruin the experience for others because you have some type of emotional issue because they did something to a game or, you know, that you loved or point out flaws in a game you love is absolutely childish. So we got to be better. We got to be better. That is crazy. The fact that I heard that, I'm like, man, but I did predict it. I told people because of, let's be honest, there was a lot of pressure coming into Starfield. There was a lot of emotionality from both bases. One base saying, yo, this is the game, could be the game of generation that could, you know, pull Xbox through. Another group stating that, you know, I don't think so. It's going to be another flop, you know, or whatever kind of thing. And then when it comes out, both putting the energy to support their little, you know, the tribal belief. I get it. You know what I'm saying? It was a very important game that changed the zeitgeist. But yeah, we got to be better.
I have a new saying.
What's the new saying?
Don't do anything that's Alex worthy video.
Oh God! Shut up.
If you feel like you might show up on a "Oh no, it's Alex" video, don't tweet that.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it before you. Anyway, that was the last.
Take it from someone like me. I've been trying to get in an Alex video, and I have been unsuccessful so far.
I think you're doing well if you're unsuccessful. Anyway, we're going to move on. Those were the Patreon joints. Just get the poll right quick. Last week poll results are in. The people have spoken with the preliminary approval by the CMA over the Actually, that is... hold on. That is the latest one? Yeah, no, that is the latest one. Over the Xbox deal. What do you think has the biggest impact to the Xbox ecosystem once approved? The winner of the 4-way ILP poll at 52% of the vote was the infusion of the entire ABK catalog into the console Game Pass group. Coming in at second place at 21% of the vote was PC Game Pass and mobile growth group. And third place, razor close 20% of the vote, was Call of Duty marketing rights to the casual gamer. And in last place, very disappointing with the round, only 6%.
Hold up. All right. If I don't care if they joking, if they not joking. If you trying to put in there like a prestige of like you're giving a spoiler for Spider-Man, mods, get him out of there.
Yeah,
no
we're
time.
gonna get a roll.
Get him out.
Yeah, let's get
straight up.
Let's get
I won't hit anyone now.
off with the head.
But after this, if there's any spoilers for Spider-Man, there won't be no warning. There won't be no. You will not pass go. I will get your $200. Okay?
Facts. Off with the head. Nah, get him, mods. You know what we do. And in last place, again, only 6% of the vote. Very disappointing round. If we don't get those Transformer Cybertron games in Game Pass, we finna ride. This should have been way higher. This should have been way higher, Parris. I feel that the ABK deal is hinging on the Transformers War of Cybertron game. G1 heads, we got to stand united on this. Do you agree, sir?
Oh, I 1,000% agree. and if anything, we can get some new games.
Oh,
Transformers universe.
Hasbro did say, right? They were interested. Lulu did say she had the source code for the original. Hey, we just got to call my man. What's his name? David Teeger from High Moon. Brother, you a legend. We got to find you. We got to release you from Call of Duty jail. And we got to get these Transformers Cybertron games
my God.
out of here.
I can't take you guys serious right now. Spoiler alert. Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
They messy. So, Saul, we want to get a super chat. Did we start this topic?
Yes, sir. We got Nintendo the Otaku $5 super chat. No King. That's like G Unit without 50, D12 without Eminem, Call of Duty without Zampella. I ain't paid for this. Refund my tickets, please.
Let's see. Did they hit
thank you for the $5 super chat? You're not getting back.
Corporate Cog? Corporate Cog is here. Let's see if they hit the like. Oh no, they hit the like ratio. We will release King.
We'll release
King in a moment. Okay, continue.
Then we got Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat. Micah from Red Dead as a villain. Yes, Micah is a dirty chibato. Shout out to Micah. Then put the crest in the chat for Cedric H, member for 39 months, Lord Silver.
Salute.
Then we got Danny Passion Official, once again, $2 super chat. Voss Montenegro, Far Cry 3. Yes, Voss is another bastard.
I was going to say him. I was going to say him.
Well, he's just evil. If we need powerful villains, I mean, he's just, I don't know.
No, I agree.
Then we have Nintendo on the Otaku again, $5 super chat. Daily reminder that GT7 only scored as high as it did because they added MTX and slowed progression after reviews were dropped. It's all a lot. Yeah, I remember.
Actually, if you want to get technical, I feel like that's way worse practices than what happened.
After reviews were dropped, that is true.
Yeah, the progression was a little rough.
Then we have Kaloki, 514, $5 super chat. Their media bias / prefer company when Red Dead 2 lost the God of War 2018 in Game of the Year, when Red Dead 2 won most categories that year. That was, that was, yes, that was unjust. Corey Barlog crying sealed it. That was it.
That was a moment. That was a moment.
Then we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat. Did you know Zip is a name supported that Vasco can say out loud in Starfield?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, salute the Vasco.
Just call me Captain Zip with the drip.
Zip with the drip. Salute, my mans.
Then we have Lucius Augustus, member for 25 months, Lord Bronze. These same people who didn't get the code are making articles now about how they've already forgotten about Starfield. Huh, interesting.
Yes, it's rough out there in these streets. We're going to move on.
Then we got Kid Smooth, member for 40 months. Lord Bronze, Smooth, what up, brother? Journalists were using Starfield as a catalyst to jumpstart their careers and use their status to get paid on X. Starfield was the perfect choice for them.
Smooth has opinions. He's
Smooth,
going in.
Smooth out there. He's
outside.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for God Emperor Sofa King, who gifted 10 ILP memberships.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Then we got Smooth once again, $5 super chat. PlayStation fanboys asked for Spider-Man 2 spoilers. You had dudes sharing Starfield leaks all throughout the month of August. You reap what you sow.
Oh my! Hashtag remember the 7. Wow, that's what we doing. Okay, kid, come on, man. Put the guns down. Put the guns down, brother. Peace and love. Let's go.
Smooth, no matter what you say, live is never coming back.
Peter Moore, did say that. Continue.
Yes. Then we have Let's Play with Each Other's Joysticks. $5 super chat. Banging for a plastic box is stupid. I only want to bang soft. Bang for soft.
Wow. Damn, we need King with the beat. Man, that was crazy. Woo. Back to you, Soft.
Thank you for your donation.
Thank you for your patronage. Your comments. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Black Ronin 357 member for 20 months. Lord Silver. Spoilers don't mean anything to me. Tell me the twist of anything just means I'm gonna have some info going into it. Surprises are for kids. I like surprises. Okay.
Salute.
Hey. Then we got Nintendo the Otaku $2 super chat. Hey yo, this King DLC looking kind of off.
Yo, don't be coming for my man like that.
Then we have Angry Hippie, $2 super chat. How are you guys gonna invite Parris and not Gary?
Messy.
Yeah, the door's open for Witter, man.
Oh, Witter, we love Witter.
We come on.
Witter. You know what's funny? Yeah, we gotta get Witter.
I need to hear that, the F-bombs with the British accent.
Apparently, I gotta go in. Yo.
Can I tell y'all a secret?
He gave y'all the smoke about that Forza, bro.
Yeah. So that was all a bit. That was all.
Oh, it was good. It was so good.
He was, because if you notice, Mike and I did not stop laughing there,
right?
Because we knew. Because I thought he was serious. I'd have been like, whoa.
Because if you didn't know, you like, yo, he's really in his feelings about that.
Yeah. Nah, that's just Gary. That's just Gary being.
I love it. It was classic. Salute to Lord Witter on Gary Witter. We got to get him in the row, man.
Yeah, Witter, make your way over here.
We got to make Paris. We got to get the Witter in there. We got to reach out. No doubt. What else we got?
Then we got Fonz Gaming, member for 28 months, Lord Bronze. Thank you, Lords, for always being there for me. You all know, I'll always have the Lords back as well. Appreciate what y'all continue to do for all of us. Exactly.
I appreciate you, brother. Rest in
appreciate
peace
you, brother.
to your daddy. Raised a good man. And again, our condolences, brother. We know you went going through a tough time.
We'll put that link in the chat once again for the GoFundMe.
For the GoFundMe.
Yeah, definitely.
No doubt.
Then we have Dr. Strangelove, $2 in the chat.
God, here we go.
Sometimes it's normal.
It's
Console
never
wars
normal.
of people whose mom don't love them.
All right, we go move on.
It's possible. Then we got our brother Hargeet Chani. $5 super chat. Are you saying that social media causes people to become ridiculous? No. Hashtag live that no social media life. Hashtag no spoilers, please. Yes, no spoilers.
You're a smart man to stay on social media. I give you credit.
You know what's funny? I went so... I don't really follow all those people, and I didn't see it. It was that Starfield, man. They got me with Starfield. They knew what they were doing.
Yes. Gotta be careful out there, man.
Then we have that lazy otaku, $5 super chat. I feel like Peter Moore as head of PlayStation would be a true test of Phil's willpower and iron fist. Jim was a test run. Peter would be a real battle.
I will say this: you put the fear of God in Kim when you mentioned Peter Moore as a potential option for PlayStation.
The camera turned
off. He was disgusted. Continue.
Then we have that lazy otaku once again, $2 super chat. Master versus apprentice sort of thing.
Yeah, ooh, could be. Yeah, Peter did.
Padawan. Yeah,
Peter did said Phil was one of his top soldiers. He's over there dealing with what was the guy that made Fable back in the day?
Molyneux.
Yeah. Yes. Continue.
Dealing with difficulty.
Yeah, he said the most difficult studios. Peter Moore did say that. He said, I felt bad for Phil. I used to send him out there to the most difficult studios. Yo! Shout out to Project Natal. Shout out to Milo.
Shout out to Milo. Yeah.
Shout out to Milo.
James Thomas, $2 super chat. Spoiler for any Spider-Man. Venom is the best character. Yes, that's a spoiler.
Shout out to Symbiote suit. Salute.
And finally, we have Alvin, $5 super chat. My legit 3 favorite games so far this gen are probably Chorus. Chorus is cool. I like Chorus.
Ship shooting, yes.
Death's Door, and Cocoon, which I haven't played yet.
I have to play. That's what I got from inside.
This is the power of Game Pass, these hidden diamonds.
Absolutely. Yeah, recognition. So we've got the pregame out the way. Ready for the show. Hour 15.
So are we unleashing the king first?
We will unleash. Let me just set it up. Set it up.
Oh, I didn't know what the first one was for.
Yeah. So we're gonna set it up. So yeah, this is my topic. Last of Us Factions. Yeah, on ice. This report initially comes from Lord Jason Schreier, friend of the realm at Bloomberg, who he actually shot them. I ran into him at Summer Games Fest recently. It's been a long time since I've seen him. But the article was why PlayStation. Initially, the first article was why PlayStation fans are cheering CEO's departure. Jim Ryan oversaw the successful launch of the PlayStation 5. His 4-year tenure was also marred by some flubs. So basically, the article goes on to talk about the last 2 years. Ryan is overseeing a PlayStation shift towards games as a service, a popular industry buzzword referring to video games, usually multiplayer, that can be monetized over long periods of time. It's become an uncomfortable pivot for some of Sony's studios, which have spent the last decade building out teams of experienced developers to make big cinematic adventure games that are played solo. So they talked about, obviously, there's still blockbusters in the works, Spider-Man 2, which we know is coming in a few weeks, as far as the single-player blockbusters. And they said, but Sony's stable of game studios, such as Naughty Dog with The Last of Us, Insomniac with Spider-Man, and Guerrilla Games Horizon has also been working on multiplayer service games with mixed levels of success. Most have not been revealed yet. Some have been canceled or overhauled, such as the online game based on The Last of Us. And then that kind of led us into the Kotaku article, which was kind of titled Last of Us Studio Naughty Dog is cutting developers. PlayStation first-party studio behind Uncharted and Last of Us is laying off dozens of contractors. So during the course of this discussion of the contractors being let off, that's when they kind of that's when we kind of learned about the status of factions. So basically, according to the article, layoffs were, sources tell Kotaku that no severance is being offered for those who were laid off, the contracts, yada, yada, yada. And then it says, despite hit ratings for the HBO adaptation of The Last of Us, a multiplayer spinoff for the zombie shooter based on the first game's factions mode, has struggled in development. Bloomberg reported in June that Sony had diverted resources away from the project following a negative internal review by Bungie, the recently acquired live service powerhouse behind Destiny 2. One source now tells Kotaku that the multiplayer game, while not completely canceled, is basically on ice at this point. So yeah, this kind of set off a big buzz as far as the status of factions, which a lot of people were really anticipated. We knew there was a Last of Us Day recently, and there was no mention of it. So before we get into our panel, I think the king can be free for this. He has thoughts. So we're gonna mute and let you hear what he has to say.
Peace and blessings. Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, see what I'm doing. That's why I couldn't be there. I got to give y'all all the support y'all need in these trying times, because we know what October is, and October is a horrifying month. It's made even worse with the beginning of the end. I know a lot of y'all are saying y'all Xbox dudes holding the line is crazy, and we held the line. So come October the 13th, Friday the 13th, you'll be trying to hold the line. You got to go out and hold the line. Now, you see how I support? I'm supporting. And I suggest that everybody that loves PlayStation run out and get a PlayStation VR 2. Go and support. I know it's not back compat. I know it's not the best handheld, VR on the market. But you guys gotta go out there and support, because these passion projects need to be funded in order to generate revenue. There's no return on investment. That's why Jim left. Jim is gone, and you guys are in disarray. We heard factions, like I said, is on ice. Ice, baby. Isn't that right, Dolph? These dudes, they be acting like they number one, but it's all cap. But now, on a serious note, though, everybody got a chance to see what Redfall did, right? Yeah, 60 frames per second. What you gotta say now? Go back and fix your face. Listen, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer is not playing. He's coming for your head. Pause. So you know, this Friday is the beginning of the end. And I want all my PlayStation brothers to hold the line and go out and purchase. Go out and support. We got movies now with Core. I know it was called Bravia before. Hey, PlayStation likes to do that. They like to say they got something and call it a different name and make you think it's something new. It's not. But you fall for it anyway. But hey, hopefully next year we can find out what's going to go down in 2024. Because we have no idea at all. Roadmap look kind of bleak. But we know when Forza show up, the generations start. And Forza just showed up. And this deal's about to close. Microsoft has been cleaning house without even having this deal done. Imagine what happens next. Stay tuned. Well, all the PlayStation dudes gotta hold the line. Because we held it. And what happened? I told you, if you don't believe in them, believe in me. And remember, I'm 98% right all the time. Well, I wish I could be there. But I got to watch the Doobie Brothers. So, you guys have fun and enjoy. Peace.
So yeah, there you have it. Thoughts on the King. You've reached your goal. We hit our target. We held the line for 300 likes, and you got some King. Boy, you salute the King. Our brother is he forsake us for the Doobie Brothers today. He couldn't get out of it.
Taking it to the
street. He has forsaken us, but yeah, he
dancing with rerunning Roger.
What's happening? You know what I'm saying? But salute to him. Clearly, he wanted to give the realm some thoughts about the topics of the week. So there you have it. But we got to get to our esteemed guest, Lord Parris. Obviously, we've heard from the King, but obviously, let's talk about the Last of Us factions. You know, the potential news that it could be on ice. What's your thoughts about this whole situation?
Now, look, I understand that I might be the Hydrox of Iron Lords right now, trying to replace King. Okay, you know, the GoBots flavor.
Yo, I used to need to go. Yo,
but he's a mess.
He's a hot mess.
That's just a hot mess. Now, he hit on some points that are somewhat valid in his own special way.
The crazy part is the crazy part is King will be saying the most outrageous stuff, but there's still some realms of
truth in it. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, to his point about they've not even closed the Activision
they're saying
deal
98%, Parris, 98%.
Yeah, 60% of the time it works every time. I know, but yeah, they're doing all this without Activision, so they're not depending on Activision. To his point, Forza's out now. We got Starfield. You see a roadmap for what Xbox is going to have in 2024. Mm-hmm. Now, I know he's very tongue-in-cheek about PlayStation, but he is correct that we have absolutely no idea what PlayStation's coming with in 2024. Now, what I will not agree with him on is the whole Jim Ryan thing, because I feel you have to take it at face value. I mean, he's been there 30 years. He walked into a great situation with PlayStation. He's leaving PlayStation still in a good place, right? Mm-hmm. So we'll never know the truth on what it is other than to take him at face value. So I know he's being tongue-in-cheek with all this stuff, but it will be interesting to see where PlayStation goes next into 2024, because we just don't know. I mean, the only thing that we know about right now is Wolverine, and that's not going to come next year. That'll probably be 2025. And I was looking at the chat too, just like with Bungie and this whole Last of Us factions thing. Yeah, good. If Bungie came in and as a fellow Destiny head, you know what I mean. If Bungie came in and looked at that game and said, "Hey, this is not going to keep long-term engagement. You're not going to be financially viable with this game," put it on ice then. for exactly what they're doing. Some of these other projects that they're talking about, if those have been reworked or canceled, then good. Let's not just throw a bunch of stuff at the wall and see what sticks, because we're seeing where live service games are right now anyways. Really the only two that have remained viable are Fortnite, which keeps evolving, and Destiny.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, the Division is starting to make a little bit of a comeback, but we've seen so many others die on the vine very quickly. That if I want the Last of Us Factions, to be honest with you, but I want them to do it right.
Right.
So if it's not going to be successful, then delay it. I mean, it's not 100% canceled, but clearly they need to go back in the lab and figure out what they're doing. But again, to King's tongue-in-cheek point, what's coming in 2024?
Yeah.
I'm dying to know. Or is PlayStation going to have their Xbox 2022 moment? Because that's what it sounds like. Remember, Xbox they had to delay Starfield and Redfall, and all we got was Pentiment, and Grounded 1.0. Yeah. That's all we got.
Yeah,
is that what's about to happen with PlayStation first party?
One thing that we don't really take into account is, we say what's coming out 2024, 2025, and on. It's like, but maybe they have been showing us, like, the majority of the games that were in development during the pandemic and stuff, the games as service games. Maybe that's what they have in the talk for a little bit. Obviously we'll see the Wolverine. I assume Ghost of Tsushima is in development too, the sequel to that game. These games are coming, but I said from the start, it's like, people wanted to not give Microsoft a little bit of leeway because of like the pandemic. And to a point, I agree. But at the same time, it's like, I truly believe that Sony just had more games closer to the finish goal before the pandemic hit. So they had a little bit of hiccups, but they were able to push those games to the finish goal, the finish line. Yeah. I think what you're seeing now is what Microsoft was dealing with back then, because the games that was close to the finish line, they were able to push those in because they were doing the final touches of the game. But the games that was in full-blown development during the pandemic, like a lot of Microsoft games were at that time, now you're seeing what these games is what Sony was having issues with in the pandemic.
I just want to get back to Parris for a second. In reference to what he said about, obviously, the quality of the game, and I guess Bungie being in there for oversight, right? To kind of review and see, where it was at. Like, ultimately, I guess my question is, who do you think Sony made, if this report turns to be true, and we know Jason's reporting tends to be strong, like, do you think Sony ultimately makes the call to fully cancel? Do you think there's any chance of a resurgence or a coming? Because I've seen some pushback of people say, hey, they should have just released it anyway. We still want to see what that version is. And that's it. Okay, break that down.
No, I definitely disagree. If it's not going to live up to a certain standard, like when you think of The Last of Us, you're thinking of a high quality AAA experience, right? That pushing that into factions, into a multiplayer component, I don't think it's going to go away. Let me start this way. Okay. It's going to come out eventually, but clearly whatever it was, it needs way more time. So that's why you're seeing it go back in the lab, because that IP is just way too valuable to not put something like that out. So I just think, they're going to go back, rework it, figure out. The whole point of live service games is to get you in the door. But look, the first hit's free.
You already know. Bring them in.
And then have you so engaged that you willingly want to buy these microtransactions and keep playing the game. So if that's what they need to do, if that's what they need to figure out, then that's what they'll do. Look, it may not come to a PlayStation 6, but that's okay. I still think it happens. The fact that you already have part 1, you already have part 2. Those are critically acclaimed, great games. The TV show is critically acclaimed.
Yes.
That IP has brand awareness now outside of gaming. So
absolutely.
You want to have something else that's going to pull people in besides the first 2 games. We know any Last of Us 3 is for sure PlayStation 6. It's not going to happen anytime soon. So if they need a few more years to rework this and figure out what, to do it the right way, then that's what they're going to do. That just makes sense to me. It would not be viable, in my opinion, to just completely cancel Last of Us Factions, because I do think there's a market for it. Clearly, there are people, as you're saying, that want to play it, that want to see it. but let's just make sure we do it right. Let's not have it come out, we're excited for a month or two, and then it just goes away because nobody's playing it anymore.
No, fair enough. Addict, want to finish your bars on the whole situation in reference to, obviously the news that the game Last of Us Factions is on ice.
I'm a little half and half with Parris. I do think that they are looking at the Last of Us. It wasn't canceled. Could be just a variety of things where they're like, we don't want to come out and announce a game that's been canceled. Or it could be one of those things where it's like, we got to restructure. We got to figure out, what exactly, maybe Bungie will work with them more on the monetization part. Cause I think that's the true thing. It's like the monetization, because Last of Us Factions, BG, maybe they're trying to casualize the game, because if you go in there right now in Factions is not an easy multiplayer by any means. And it could be a variety of that. I personally feel like if they don't go back and rework, I agree with Parris, it won't be canceled. I think they'll restructure it and add it on to the Last of Us Part 2 remake or Last of Us 3 as a Factions to that game before they just cancel it entirely.
So you think they'll go away from the standalone? I just want to be clear.
It just depends if they're able to find a middle ground with Bungie and find out a way to monetize the game. Because I don't think that Sony's just going to continue to throw more and more money at it. I do think there is an endpoint, and clearly, you see all the contract workers got laid off. Yeah, you saw, they've already started funneling less money into it. It was reported it happened in June. Now you got reports it's being on ice. To me, that's either we need to find out what we truly want to do with this, or do we want to take the work we've already done now, restructure it, and put it with the Last of Us Part 2 remake?
No, fair enough. Lord Saab, Last of Us Factions, rumors on ice. What are your thoughts on this?
I really do feel like that product is mostly finished. To Addict's point, I think the thing is, how do we package this? How do we sell this? How do we... do we turn it into a free-to-play thing? Do we sell this as a $70 thing?
Good point.
I do think it's the monetization, and I think a lot of the fact that the person that they brought over from Epic to work on that leaving is perhaps a little bit telling, right?
Good point.
That they, maybe there was kind of butting of heads there in terms of how to monetize this.
And just to be clear, not to cut you, that was the person from who dealt with Fortnite's monetization.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Continue.
So somebody who's kind of an expert in how to make turn something into a living, breathing sort of thing that can survive for a long time. But it goes back to the point that I argued when we first heard about this a couple of months back, where it was like, why does it need to be that? And again, maybe that's just me being idealistic, because at the moment you turn that from from a mode in Last of Us Part 2 into its own game, it obviously has to expand into something bigger and grander, right? A $70 product, so to speak. So but what I always assumed it was something that was going to be a little more cinematic, narrative sort of based, but it gave you that sort of that multiplayer sort of what you got from Factions originally in the original game, just expanded upon, and with maybe some storytelling around it that kind of gives you insight into the world of The Last of Us, as opposed to these characters that you know of already in that world. So that's my impression of what that was. And then you have Bungie come in, and again, this is us assuming the amount of power that Bungie has within Sony to say no, yes, no. But if there is a thing where it's like, hey, Bungie's thinking about where these games need to be and what kind of products they need to be, is this living, ongoing thing. We have to figure out a way for people for this game to be sticky, for 2, 3, 4 years, whatever the case may be.
Real quick, Saab, I don't think Bungie has the power to go in there and just shut stuff down.
Oh no, not say like shut it down, but their suggestions hold a lot of weight.
Yeah, I think it's like that. When they showed the report and they're okay, elaborate what you mean is report. Then they went back to Naughty Dog with Factions. I was like, this is what Naughty Dog thinks of this model. How do you expect debate it? It's like how do you expect to go against the grain that Bungie here has, and I
Yeah.
don't think Naughty Dog passed the. They didn't pass the checks, man. They didn't
When
pass the
it comes to creating that type of game that Bungie is known for now, I just think there's just sort of butting of heads of how they sell this game, how they allow this game to live, and I just sort of think that, you know, Bungie's design ethos was, we're going to give you this cool multiplayer, we're going to wrap it up into a more sort of pristine kind of quadruple A product that you sort of expect from Bungie, with some story, with a little more context for the world of The Last of Us, and do it that way, but not necessarily expecting people, you know, the people who gravitate to it and love it are going to play it for a long time. But beyond that, maybe not create systems within the game, which kind of, you know, the carrot on the stick thing that you have with Destiny and other sort of live service games, where it's like, okay, what do we do to bring them back week over week, month engagement? Month?
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I don't know how to interject on that.
Please, just do.
We jump in.
We jump in. Just jump in, brother.
We jump in, but I'm the only one that gets repercussions for it. So.
Well, you do your IPS.
You do it the most.
You do it the most, but we're gonna let you rock. Continue, man.
No, but ironically enough, as we're talking about this, I'm thinking there's another game and company that's doing the same exact thing, but not getting the publicity because it's all rumor and speculation on this project even existing. But 343 and Halo and Tatanka or whatever it's called.
Yes.
I mean, think about it. 343 just went through a major restructuring. Leadership, contractors got laid off. We obviously don't know with certain infinity of any layoffs or restructuring that may potentially happen with them. But again, if you go by rumor and speculation, Jess Gordon, that game has evolved into something a lot bigger than what they originally planned. Because remember, it was just supposed to be an add-on to Halo Infinite, where now it sounds like it's going to be its own standalone thing. So maybe this is similarly what's happening with Factions, where we had an idea for it. We realized this isn't going to have a long tail. Let's restructure it and turn it into something bigger. And to Sav's point, maybe it's not free to play. Maybe it becomes a $70 purchase that has, you know, DLC and microtransactions attached to it, because now it has its own story and its own thing that makes it stand out, that it's not The Last of Us 3, but it's in the Last of Us universe, and there's like a co-op or multiplayer component to it. So I get, you know, these articles come out and we see that for what it is, like, oh wow, it's on ice, contractors got laid off, this isn't good. But maybe there is a long-term plan with this, where, look, we need to scale it back for now. We need to replan, and then when we're ready to go back into full production, we can rehire, because it's contractors. They weren't laying off. They weren't laying off like Naughty Dog employees. So maybe now we can hire some more contractors and go back into full production on this in another year to 18 months. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what makes sense, right? The fact that the contractors, if you're putting it on ice, the contractors don't have anything to do, because they're the grunt work guys, right? So while they figure out what they're going to do with this, it doesn't make sense that they'd be there. But I really do. I hope it comes out. I hope that by the time it comes out, that, you know, 50% of it isn't on the cutting room floor, right? I hope that we do get this really. I hope that the vision that they have for it is able to come out as intact as possible. And maybe that's being idealistic. Maybe their design ethos coupled with making a service-based game just doesn't mesh. I don't know. But I really do hope that doesn't mean this game just never sees the light of day, because that would suck. And again, it's a lot of time sunk into something that's ultimately not coming out for a studio that only drops maybe one or two games per generation as it is. So, you know, if this ends up just going away, that's years sunk into something that's not happening. So, that sucks.
No, well said. I agree with both what everyone's saying. This is tough because, you know, on one hand, I saw Jason's article. I respect the pivot. I know a lot of people give Jim Ryan a lot of, you know, grief for some of the moves and some of the things he has said. I get it. But as far as the pivot to live service, I always felt Sony needed to do this, you know, to kind of stay viable. That's how the industry is changing. So, but live service is hard. You know, it's very difficult. You have to, you know, the monetization model to get people coming back. And then the thing I also want to kind of not dispel, but I'm seeing this talk that it's like, because this is Naughty Dog, right? This is the great Naughty Dog. How can anything they put out not be quality? There is a distinct difference between, you know, making what I consider
player and games as a service.
Hashtag Just One, which they are arguably one of the masters of, right? Than to make a viable multiplayer game that is consistent. And I agree with Parris in the sense that, you know, there's a quality bar there, right? And also not just a quality, it has to be an engagement bar. And to me, the way it was being treated, when we first heard of it, we were like, okay, where is it? It should be attached to The Last of Us, you know, remake or whatever. And then we heard, okay, no, it's going to get a standalone game. So at that point, you thinking it's more robust, it's going to, you know, have more features and things of that nature. And then obviously we get the report. So the way I look at it is, it's either two things happen. It's either, in my opinion, you know, obviously Bungie, part of the reason why they were acquired was they are going to have their expertise leaned on for PlayStation game studios during this pivot. So when that happens, to me, it's like, okay, check this out. It's either A, the game is fundamentally not good at a gameplay loop at its core, right? And then Sony maybe shuts down, cuts its losses, and obviously QAs let go or whatever, right? And we know that they have a very high quality bar at Sony from a Metacritic standpoint. That's one possibility I'm thinking. Another one is that it is a solid multiplayer game. It's a good multiplayer game, but maybe not a good live service game, not a game like Solve, you said, sticky, retain, you know, engagement, getting people to come back. And I kind of think of, in a way, Halo Infinite at launch. We could say what we want. The core game was fun, amazing.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
It was amazing. Like it was so good as far as just the minute-to-minute gameplay and engagement. But what we started to learn as we went on, right? The monetization model wasn't there. I mean, the live service model wasn't there. The content to make you keep coming back, the skins, the events, it was kind of bare bones. And then it started to suffer. Now they've come back. But to Sony's point, maybe they don't want to wait, 2 years, 3 years to go through any type of growing pains and lose on investment. So the other thing we got to look at is, we're in a world of free to play, right? And I think, Parris, you touched on the monetization model, right? What kind of works? Do we make it a $70 game standalone, right? But then maybe they say, hey, in a world where Fortnite is free, right? In a world where a lot of these games are free to play, it
would have to be free to play.
Right. Do we get that stickiness? And then, it's one of those things, and I think I had this conversation with Rand, and I was just like, in my opinion, because I play live service, I play Destiny, all this stuff all the time. In my opinion, it's kind of hard to not do free to play and on multiple platforms. Because we know, like, for example, they've been with the PC ports, it's been kind of like 1 year later for Sony, right? So the argument is, can you drop a $70 game and limit it, a live service game, to just PlayStation?
They can't. No.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's another, that walled garden thing is not going to work.
It doesn't work for live. So in my opinion, I'm with you, Saab. Like, you've got to get the most players, the most engagement. So you kind of have to break that rule and say, hey, it's PC also day one, right? Mm-hmm. And you got to have a good model to make people come back. And the last thing I'll say is just that, look, obviously I'm a huge fan of Bungie. I saw some talk going on, Parris. I was in my feelings, man. They was like, yo, how dare these dudes? They should have just dropped them. I don't like the power they got over there. And look, I get it, but let's be respectful. This is the creator of Halo, the creator of Destiny. Regardless of how you feel about Destiny, you can't knock the engagement and the longevity. What is it? 2014?
Well, they're about to hit their 10-year plan.
They're about to hit 10.
With Final Shape.
Talk about it. 10 years in the game. We've been through all the Destiny killers. You know what I'm saying? The Anthems, Division 1, Division 2.
I can't plan 2 years of my life, and they doing 10?
10 years of playing, like close to playing this game. So again, we take the emotion out of it. Hey, they've had their ups. I'm not going to say the game's perfect. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, but you cannot deny the longevity. As of I look right now, I think it was like top 10 or just outside the top 10 right now during all the crazy PR stuff that's going on with you right now.
I think what makes them, another thing that people don't acknowledge is the fact that what makes them so good at what they do also is the extent of their failures as well. Because
absolutely.
When you look at this model that they sort of, and I won't say perfected, right, but that they really have a handle on, it's almost like the valleys are planned for. Like you know, hey, we're gonna suck right here, but we're gonna bring it back up, and then we're gonna go back down, and it's this undulating thing that you almost expect as part of the process. So when they look at, you can't say Bungie has just had crazy success in this space without understanding how to get there. And just sometimes somebody has success from the jump and they never fall, and they don't see what it takes to kind of build themselves up to a certain level or sort of deal with adversity. They've dealt with adversity at every turn. So when they look at a faction and say, and for me, like I said, I'm of the mind, maybe it doesn't have to be this game that lives for 10 years. Fine. Yeah, I'm cool with it being something that's...
but Sony, Jim Ryan went 10 live service games.
Correct. And that's another question to ask, right? Does whoever comes in, do they follow that mantra, or do they say, hey, I don't need this particular game to be that? And kind of roll that back, right? Because I do feel it is a Jim Ryan sort of mantra where it was like, hey, we need these to be this. Right. And we at least see what we have if we put this type of game out there. So, yeah, I think what makes Bungie so good at what they do, and the fact that, so this pushback you're getting like, oh, they shouldn't have this pop. The fact of the matter is they understand the highs and they understand the lows. Right. So there's nobody better to have brought in to be like, hey, this works, this doesn't work, this works, this doesn't work. Because they understand the entire spectrum of it, is what I would say.
No, absolutely. And I agree. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely been trial by fire. And at the end of the day, they've been able to make the successful pivots, whether it's self-imposed or not, during, Destiny's run, to be able to do a console live service game and continue to have the engagement they have. You cannot deny the engagement. But last what I wanted to say was just that what I do find interesting is I want to know what you guys think about it in reference to the Jason Schreier report saying that his inside sources are saying that PlayStation Studios have an uncomfortability with the pivot, some of them, with the pivot to live service. And that as traditional single player game makers, now with this new edict from up top, that we're going to need you. When you see Sony Santa Monica's name and they hear Naughty Dog's name and, some of these studios, these traditional amazing games now having to make this style of game, what do you feel about an uncomfortable pivot? Like, do you think that this could cause unrest because developers want to do what they want to do, or they're just in the pains of a transition? Like, what do you think, Parris? I'm just curious.
Okay, so you want to get me in trouble?
Yes.
I'm not trying to get me in trouble. I see what just happened. I got bamboozled.
Got to get you making those tough questions, man. You're good at it.
Here's what could happen. And it's ironic because you didn't mention Guerrilla and all of that. Of all the major studios, Guerrilla would probably be the most comfortable because with their Killzone legacy, so they have multiplayer experience. But that's the exact point. You're asking studios that traditionally have not done multiplayer components to now start doing not only multiplayer, but a full-on monetized live service component as well. So there is going to be unrest with that. There is going to be uneasiness with that. And here's where I'm going to get in trouble.
Oh, let's go.
What potentially could happen is you see top talent leave and go elsewhere. That's what could happen, especially if, hey, I don't want to make multiplayer games. I like making, I don't know, God of War or whatever, right? Why are you trying to make me make God of War the multiplayer game? I don't want to do that. Right. I'm going to go somewhere else where I can continue to make the things that I want to make. Since we're talking Bungie and all that, why do you think Bungie, if you go back and look through their history, left Xbox in the first place? They didn't want to be the Halo studio. They wanted to start doing other things.
Good point.
If all of a sudden these studios are being made to do things they don't want to do, you're going to see people that have the skill set and the talent to go, I didn't sign up for this. I'm out of here.
Very good.
I'm not saying it's going to look, try not to get in too much trouble.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Right.
I'm just saying that opens up the possibility for it to happen. So we'll see.
No, I think that's fair. Solve, Attic, with your thoughts on that real quick before you move on?
Solve can go first. There's noise in the background.
No, you good.
Okay. Yeah, I do think. See, if there's a pivot within Sony first party that is that black and white, that's just stupid.
I mean,
that's just stupid. Now you're telling people that have been making X type of game for decades, you're going to pivot to this, and you're going to have to learn you're going to have to figure this out, right? that's the part that kind of doesn't sit well with me. I mean, they made all these other smaller purchases specifically, I thought, to focus on that sort of stuff, right? The names of the studios escape me right now, but they have a bunch of new acquisitions that kind of I felt Fire Sprite and things of that nature. Yeah. That I felt were sort of working on those types of games. Jade Raymond's studio, things of that nature, right? Yes. So my thinking was, okay, we're going to bring in these studios to make these type of games with, Bungie sort of overseeing everything in addition to whatever Bungie's making, right? Because Bungie's next game is obviously going to be on all platforms, but obviously it's going to have that PlayStation sort of stamp of approval on it. Right. And I figured the studios that were making, the single player, just ones or whatever, were going to be left alone. If that is a mandate, a true mandate from within, then you're not reading the last 10, 15 years of the industry and what happened when you tried to tack on multiplayer gameplay to games that had no business having it, tacking on multiplayer to BioShock 2 or something like that.
Just to be clear, I just want to interrupt for 1 second, Sal. The report says that even though single-player blockbusters are still in the works, Sony stable game studios, Naughty Dog, Insomniac, Guerrilla Games have also been working on. You see, it appears to be separate multiplayer. Right. So I just want to be clear, like not necessarily add-on, but that's where some of the uncomfortability. It's like they're being told, but the rumors that they also have to work on these separate multiplayer games as opposed to like an add-on game.
Listen, nobody likes to take a part of their team and sort of section them off to do something different when you're working on a big project. If that is the case, I feel for them because again, I get that. At the same time, if it is not invading the actual single player product that they're working on, apart from taking away resources, but if the mandate isn't, fit this into your next single player narrative adventure, I'm fine with it. Again, things will play out the way they will play out, and if the quality of that game suffers as a result of trying to make this multiplayer thing, it'll be evident, and hopefully that'll change minds internally. But yeah, to me, that I get it. And to Parris's point, the industry, well, now, there was a while the eating was good out there. You could leave and you could leave just for the sake of leaving. And if you had the credentials, you were going to get a pretty nice package wherever you're going. Things have kind of shifted a little bit where it's, you have to worry a little bit about stability. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you're being forced to do something that you don't have expertise in, that you don't want to do, these guys are going to up and leave, and they're going to start migrating to other places. And there's, again, you have a new Nintendo console on the horizon, and I'm sure they'd love to have devs, working on that. You have Xbox always on the lurch for devs, especially, again, trying to sort of fill out the Game Pass catalog and stuff like that. You will see there will be places for these types of devs to go. Yeah. So again, that type of mandate to me, no matter how you implement it, feels sucky and weird. But again, I get it. So it's going to be interesting to see whomever comes in, if some of this stuff gets rolled back. And not because last week I said, hey, whatever's been put into play, the ball is rolling, right? Yeah. I would say you mostly have to see that through and then pivot from there if it really fails miserably. Right. But at the same time, I think there are certain things. Again, I'm sure with new management coming in, you have the heads of these studios talking to them like, hey, there's certain things that we were asked to do that we're not super comfortable with. Is there something that we could do to sort of roll some of this back? Not necessarily, dip a toe in, but not, things of that nature. So, we'll see how that plays out. But anytime, it's never a good thing when you're asked to do something that you're not comfortable doing or have not done before. It's never panned out well. I think even when we look at the Guerrilla example, these guys took years to pivot to this other thing, right, in the background. Right. To Parris' point, I don't even know that the devs that made Killzone, a large portion of them, I don't know how many of them are still at Guerrilla, right?
That's true. That's a good point.
Those guys could have migrated away to someplace else to make FPSs, right? So I don't know. I really don't know what this does, but if
seem
that
very
is the
against
case,
it. Yeah.
if that is the case, it's not good because the results have never been good. History will tell you that the results of doing things like this have never been good. So
no doubt. Addict, we get your thoughts on it quickly because I want to ask Parris one last question because I know he's got to go soon. But Addict, your thoughts on that whole last portion we're talking about?
I mean, if you know they're truly being forced to make a game like that, I agree with Solve 100%. You know, even if it's just a small portion of the studio, they're going to need leads to some degree, because I would assume they wouldn't put nothing but, you know, newcomers that's in the industry in here. I assume that there are some prominent members of their studio in this. So I think it's just one of those things where it's like, you bought studios to make these games. If it is true that other, like their core studios, the people that make the single player games, and they're kind of being pushed in this direction as well, then why did you buy those other studios? You know, it's like the PC portion. You know, they usually partner up with the studio they're making. They were bought for the PC portion. They've been doing that.
Yeah, Nixus.
So, you know, to me,
you want like dedicated multiplayer teams, so to speak, studios.
Now, if it would make more sense to have, okay, you know, we tried this, it didn't work. Let's co-develop some. You know, let's have this multiplayer studio that we bought that has been nurtured. That's one reason Microsoft tries to keep things in the same wheelhouse, because for the most part, if they do decide to continue on that franchise, they want people that know what they're doing in that type of genre, know what they're doing, have experience in there. You know, a lot of developers are very versatile, but certain jobs require an expertise that a lot of people don't have.
I get you. Which one is it that got the Destiny former people over there? Is it Fire Sprite or Fire? I always forget. Firewalk.
It's Firewalk.
Firewalk. Yes.
Yeah, they're making
that. They got A+ multiplayer. They got a lot of good talent over there for multiplayer. If I remember.
They pretty much got the core multiplayer team for Destiny.
Yes.
Went over to Firewalk. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So when it comes to something like that, it's, you know, let them do it. You know, if they feel like that's going to work out for them, I don't think it is. You know, we've seen countless times that, you know, if developers doing something they don't want to do, the passion's not there like
valid.
It could be.
I agree.
And when the passion's gone, you see it in the product.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, well said. I think Neil Druckmann even said that as well, you know. But I wanted to get past before he leaves. I know he's got to go. I did want to get his thoughts on the next topic before he leaves, which is ABK potentially being imminent. If the rumors are true, shout out to Tom Warren, you know, what do you think, man, about that saga and it potentially conclude, and the joke of potentially Friday the 13th, which I know King is having fun with, you know, with that part. But what are your thoughts if it is to conclude next week, this long saga, 20 months?
Yeah, that Friday the 13th almost seems intentional on their part, right? But personally, finally, you know, it can be over, so we can stop the speculation and wondering what's going to happen. I would imagine a couple things. Okay. I would imagine you'll see Phil and the senior leadership team come out.
We get the round table, we get the couches,
like they did with Bethesda, and kind of just set those expectations on what this deal will mean for Xbox in the short term, and then obviously long term. I would not expect all these titles to be their day one on Game Pass. There's going to be all kind of crazy licensing and contractual things that'll prevent a lot of that stuff from happening. But and I think King actually mentioned on this, or someone did, but I'm actually more curious on the PC side.
Yes, that was me.
Because I'm thinking World of Warcraft, obviously. Is there going to be some type of Game Pass incentive? I wouldn't expect a full-blown subscription, but I would imagine PC Game Pass gets a lot more incentive for games like World of Warcraft on the PC side, whereas you'll get some kind of discount, things like that. So clearly everyone's like, what's going to happen with Call of Duty, with all those things? Like I said, I would not hold my breath. Sure, maybe some of the legacy stuff will show up early on. What does that mean for some of these IPs that are owned by Activision that have kind of been mothballed, like we're joking about Transformers? What does that mean? So that's where I would love to see Phil and the team come out and kind of address that. Like, what is that going to look like? What is their roadmap for the future of these Activision studios look like? What is some of the collaboration that we'll see across all of Xbox Game Studios. Like I think of BattleNet. What does that mean for the Xbox app on PC, right?
Good point.
All these kind of integrations, and they're not all going to happen day one, but I'm sure those conversations are happening and what we can expect long term. Like I would think by the time we get to the next LA Xbox Summer Game Fest E3, whatever they're going to be calling it, you'll probably see some major announcements with Activision, what they're doing with Activision IPs and integration into Game Pass and just some of the other services that Activision already has. And let's not forget, final thing, this deal was not about.
I was just about to ask you, read my mind. Go ahead, go for it. Go preach. Go do what you're about to say.
It was not about console. It was not about PC. This was about mobile. That's where the big prize is, and that's where I think you're going to see them expand Game Pass in the mobile because now they got King. So now they got all that stuff. So that's what I think. I do expect within the next couple of weeks you're going to see Xbox leadership come out and talk about this. It could be as soon as. What is it? The 13th, so Friday. It could be as soon as that Monday.
Yeah, really possibly. Could. So now that they acquired King David, last final question is: do we get that Candy Crush though? We get that Candy Crush in the game? What you think?
I think you might.
Ooh, okay.
I think you might.
It'll be funny.
It would not surprise me.
They show you the moment where they transfer the payment from that goes from Activision. Now it's transferring over to Xbox. You just see the money going. Because that is literally what they wanted. To Parris's point, the fact that money's now funneling into Xbox, Candy Crush is
a beast out here.
It's a monster. It's an absolute monster. One last thing, and I know this is a topic you have on the road, but I do want to touch on the Redfall update really quick.
Yes.
Other than to just say, I do applaud Arcane for sticking. And again, I'm sure Xbox leadership and all this Bethesda has a part to play in this, but Arcane did not give up on it. They did deliver on their promise of 60 frames. Obviously, we know the launch woes, the disappointment, and all of that. So for console play, because look, I played on PC, so I already had 60 frames.
Bro, I was fine.
But that isn't the issue with Redfall. I think the bigger part of this update was AI improvements. They added stealth. In other words, they are trying to truly fix the game. It's not all going to happen with just this one update. I understand that, but maybe there is a redemption for it. Maybe there is. I would love to see it. I'm going to be honest. I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, not holding my breath
as far as that goes. But at least they are trying to do it. And that's all that you can ask for. It was a disappointing launch. Look, I may or may not have been in the room and had to ask those questions.
Bro, you had to. Let's give you had the interview, the Phil interview of the year. Let's give you your flowers while you're here. You asked the tough questions, brother. We appreciate that. Continue.
Yeah, look, very uncomfortable interview. It's 100% on both sides, I'm sure. Yeah. But it had to have been asked at the time because that game, in my opinion, never should have seen the light of day. I'm sure there's lessons learned that came out of that. And I would hope and expect that we don't see a repeat of that moving forward. In other words, this is why you saw Starfield launch in a quality state. Forza, for the most part, is launch quality. Now I would expect moving forward, games like Avowed, Hellblade 2 on down the line, we're going to see launch in a better state than what Redfall did. And if it isn't ready, delay it. Period.
Well said. We'll again, the legendary Parris Lily dropping in the realm, holding us down. You know what I mean? Again, brother, appreciate you. Love what you're doing out here. Had good laughs watching Kind of Funny Xcast this week. You guys have me dying. I loved y'all sporting out there in the Forza whips. That was kind of fire. Salute to y'all.
Wait. Oh, I already put about. I got the helmet.
Oh, you got the helmet?
I got the helmet.
That was clean. And again, bro, I love what you're doing. Game Attack Radio, the OGs in the game. And finally, I'm always proud to see you. Whenever you hit the stage, whether it's Microsoft Flight Simulator, whether it's Xbox, I'm like, this is my man. And keep giving Kai the smoke because it's funny.
Yes.
And we love you, Kai. We like.
But let me say this before I sign off here really quick. I love, I'm sad that I missed PAX this year because you're always at PAX. I was supposed to be there. Family stuff came up last minute. I couldn't be there because I love what y'all do. I know I joke about y'all do 24-hour podcasts, but you are very important in this space.
Thank you.
I love that the Iron Lords are here. You guys have had amazing interviews and get yourself, bro. You just had Peter Moore.
Thank you, brother.
Right? You know, stuff like that. I'm glad that you and I got to finally got to hang out and all that. And it's important, man, that we do this. We all support each other. We all rooting for each other, and just nothing but continued success for all of you.
Much
Thank you,
love,
brother.
the
Likewise.
legendary.
And wait, and because I feel like I'm leaving out in Attic, we got to finally meet face.
Finally.
And we didn't get in fist fights. It was great.
The two tallest dudes of both podcasts. Got it in. Nah, salute to you, brother. Appreciate you. No doubt.
All right.
Parris Lily.
Y'all have a good rest of
I was muted
6
the whole
hours.
time.
We got 6 more hours. We got 6 more hours.
Hours to go.
It was definitely nice, meeting you, Parris, at LA. LA was just weird in general this year. I don't know why. Like,
Yeah, it was a weird one, but it was fun to see everybody, man. Parris, enjoy your
Game
family.
Awards.
That's
Hey, Game Awards.
Oh.
Game Awards December.
We gonna see.
Hey,
We may. It's 50-50 with us.
You
50-50.
gotta hit your people up to let us know.
Hey, that's Keely. That ain't me.
Oh, that's Keely. No doubt. So,
All right, y'all have a good one, man.
all right, brother. Have a good one.
Too.
All right, later.
No doubt. No doubt. Oh, I see Colt Eastwood in the chat. Is that Colt? Colt, what you doing, man? I thought you was on. This is usually the Lord's Day. I don't usually see you on a Sunday. Holla at Attic right quick, man, to get you in here. So
I'm literally talking to him right now.
Yeah. So holla at Colt, because I actually want his opinion on something. He would be a perfect person to ask something. But let me know. No doubt. Oh, solved. We got the super chat, sir.
Yes,
So I got to
sir.
make a
Give
quick
me a
little
moment.
run. Yeah, handle that.
We got Nintendo on deal. Taco $2 super chat. Hey yo, this King DLC looking kind of off. Oh no, we got this already. Hold on. People with moms. Why did I roll back so much? Oh, we got Cedric H. Gifted 5 ILP memberships. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Put the crush in the chat for Cedric H. Then we have BT Maverick 707, $2 super chat. Release the Kraken. Yes, you got Kraken King. You got Kraken King with the PSVR 2 on his face. Then we got 99 Rukin, $5 super chat. When the Activision deal closes, what if Microsoft releases all of their Spider-Man games on Game Pass the same day Sony releases Spider-Man 2 reactions? That would be funny. That would be funny. Then we got Suicide Kings, $2 super chat. It's good to be the king. Yes, it is. Then we have E.G. Kenta, $2 super chat. That PS fan too loud in the background. Somebody's fan was wilding out in the background. I don't know whose. Then we got God Emperor Sofa King, $5 super chat. Question for Parris. If The Last of Us Part 2 multiplayer gets canceled, should Sony be worried about being subjected to a class action lawsuit since it was promised? Yeah, we've seen that with what? I forgot. What was the recent thing that we saw with that it was something was promised and then it was.
I don't think you have to worry about it as long as they didn't take money from people.
Yeah, that was the thing. What was it? What was the recent thing that there was a lawsuit over? I can't remember it.
What y'all talking about?
There was a question for Parris from God Empress Over King, and he said, I asked if The Last of Us Part 2 multiplayer gets canceled, should Sony be worried about being subject to a class action lawsuit since it was promised?
I don't know. That's a good question.
And I was thinking about there was recently in the news about something that was promised, and there's a class action lawsuit going on.
Yeah, there's a game. I know what you're talking about. Yes, that people were like, yo, and then they canceled it. Damn, Maddie was talking to me about. I forgot the name.
Completely forgot what it was. And we got Hargeet Chani,
Yeah.
$10 super chat. PlayStation already had a down year in 2021 with Ratchet & Clank and The Show being their only new first-party games. Xbox released Ghostwire for PlayStation in 2022. Helldivers 2 and Concord are slated for 2024 plus The Show, games as a service games. Yes, this is what they have so far. We got to remember too, though, PlayStation's first quarter in terms of second-party and third-party exclusivity, however long that exclusivity may be, it's still kind of like you have Rebirth coming.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you got Rise of the Ronin coming. You got that other one, something Blade,
Yes.
Stellar Blade or something like that.
Shout out to Gene LordsOfGaming.net and Lucius Augustus. It was KOTOR 2 Switch DLC.
Yes, the Switch
Yes,
DLC. That's right.
yes.
That's right. Okay, then we have Slow-Mo Backslap member for 39 months, Lord Bronze.
Yeah.
Sony would have been better served by acquiring Riot games if they could afford them.
I think right. Is it what, 10 cents or something? I forget. I don't know.
Yeah. Then we have Aaron Goldman with the 320. I'm not sure what this is. I apologize. I can look it up. Chances of rolling factions into The Last of Us 2 remaster or 3. Again, if they go back and rework it to that extent, right, where it is something smaller than what it had been, sure, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it's potential.
Right?
There's potential.
Right, that's a possibility.
And you know they got the move. I mean, the next season, I think the remaster that they're gonna do for 2 which I'm not a fan of. Gene, I saw your article, but I respect
yeah.
I respect your opinion, respect the different opinion, but I mean, I get it. It's going to sell. It's going to do well.
It's going to do well.
Creatively.
Bring it to PC finally, right?
Yeah.
Because they kind of do it together. And yeah.
I think they're going to line that up with the movie, with the HBO.
Next
and then
season.
hopefully Factions come back. I do want Factions to come back, man.
Absolutely, because to me that thing is pretty much done.
Absolutely,
it has to be close.
Yeah.
It has to be a playable product there.
Shout out to my man BG. He goes so hard for
Yeah.
Factions, and I want him to get his fact. We need Sony to make multiplayer games, so I think the pivot is correct. You just need the quality. So.
We said it. The pivot. Jim made the right move. The move that nobody else wanted to make. He
Correct.
ate that. It's a matter of when you do that, the success rate, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're PlayStation. The success rate is not good. So you just got to hope that some of these hit, right?
Yeah.
We'll
absolutely. It's a tough business.
Yeah. Then we have Nintendo the Otaku $5 super chat. Boo-hoo. If these studios are supposed to be the best, they should be versatile. If the Animal Crossing devs can make Splatoon, there are no excuses. See? But again, we say that we don't know if that the same exact devs that are proficient at making Animal Crossing are the same devs that are still on that team making Splatoon. Like it could be, yes, 100%. Mind you, all of this happens in the background too. We're never privy to what Nintendo's doing in the background.
You got no snitches over there.
Yeah. Naughty Dog. I'm sure Naughty Dog would have loved to have kept all of this under wraps.
Facts.
That's just not what happened, right?
Facts. No, that's true.
We can't make assumptions based on stuff that we can, which we do.
Yeah.
But again, we're assuming stuff. We don't even know. Again. You know how Nintendo is. They keep these guys in a dungeon. They're gonna learn how to do this shooting game.
Man,
that's it. We're caught up.
We caught up, no doubt. So, is it more than just gameplay? It is. He's on his phone, no doubt. Colt Eastwood is at the room holding us down. Good to see him while he's getting situated. But Asaf, you want to set this up, man? This is you. We gotta. Are we at the finish line or something? Are we close?
Actually, our friend over at The Verge, Tom Warren, indicated that Microsoft could be eyeing to finally close the ABK deal this coming Friday the 13th, with a decision from the UK regulator, the CMA, imminent. But basically, everything is the road is open now for this to happen. Specifically on Friday is what people are assuming is going to be the deal. As we know, Microsoft and Activision sort of extended the deadline of the deal to October 18th. And it seems like they'll be able to come in, way ahead of that. So we will see. So if this is the case, right, people are excited, right? And as we were talking to Parris about it, for my question to you guys is, okay, this happens Friday. Obviously, Phil said, "Hey, this is a ship that takes a while to turn, right? This is not something that's going to happen immediately. But there could be some low-hanging fruit that they can throw out there as a sort of like, hey, this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we could do with all this IP." So I want to ask you guys first, what do you think this is going to happen Friday? And secondly, again, any low-hanging fruit that they might give to the fans out there, like, hey, just we can't give you all of this stuff, but you're not getting Call of Duty today, but you can have here's a little taste of this. Right? So if there's anything you guys think can happen day one, as sort of a little bit of a flex, like, hey, we own this now, short of like showing the moment that they do the bank transfer of Candy Crush to Microsoft accounts.
The King money transfers over.
The King money transfer, that would be a mic drop moment in and of itself. But
we got my man in here, man. Colt Eastwood, more than gameplay, one of the best. First of all, we got to shout out the podcast too, man. This man's doing everything now. It's not just more than gameplay and videos now. You know what I'm saying? We got one of the top Xbox podcasts going on. How are you doing, sir? First, let's see how you sounding out here.
Yeah, hopefully everything's good. I set it up really quick.
Woo!
You got me smooth on the mic.
Smooth on the mic. XNC. Let's go.
I mean, I don't have my desk set up. I'm sitting here in the track racer seat with the Logitech G920 clutch shifter and everything. So my camera's kind of far away, but Gaz and I were planning on recording some multiplayer race together and kind of producing some footage together, give our thoughts about the game and maybe do what Gaz and I do and just be clowns on camera. So we're supposed to be doing that sometime today. But yeah.
So quickly, I mean, I know because Forza is the next time. I want to get your thoughts on Forza because I know you've got a lot of thoughts there. But I did quickly want to address obviously what Saul was talking about, which is, could we potentially be this close to ABK? What are your thoughts on it? It's been a long journey. Like, where are you at with this? If this is true, to reporting my time tomorrow.
Yeah, so it'd be Friday the 13th, and I think Sav's right. This year's Call of Duty is a throwaway for Xbox, first party, celebration. So I think early next year, whatever ABK has in the release schedule, early on when that's all official. But I think more importantly than that, hopefully Phil and the team are working together like a round table style thing, like they did with Bethesda, where they're going to gather some of the key leaders and talk about what the future means with Xbox and how they will be collaborating and maybe shifting those studios into do something a little more than just being the Call of Duty machine. And I think that's what most fans want to see most of all.
So question, is Bobby allowed to the cookout? Is he allowed?
Yeah, I mean, I was on the phone with one Randolph Thor 19. I said, hopefully they do that round table, and they're all sitting there. Bobby's there, and Phil's like, "Welcome everybody, Bobby. Thanks for everything. You're free to go. And free to go." Up and leave. Actually, it would be funny if they did that just as a good-natured joke, but he really did leave, and the leadership that will be. They exit him off. They send him on his way.
Stage left.
Oh my God. He's in the middle of eating one of the free cookies that was on like the little side table. He's like, I'm taking one of these with me. Taking an extra cookie.
No doubt. Well, final question before we move on, and I do got to ask you a reference to this, is what's the most, if the deal goes down, all right, what's the most exciting aspect of the deal to you, to Colt Eastwood?
Yeah, because I don't care about all the extra money Xbox is going to make. That doesn't matter to me unless we start hearing about what they're pumping into that. So we don't have anything yet, but I would like to hear if High Moon is going to come back to form and they're going to build something, or they start working on a license deal with them again. Like, hey, remember how you guys knocked it out of the park with the Transformers license? Let's get that, and let's have you guys make a Gen 1 style Transformers game again and see if we can reach that magic. Because I think they made 3 games that were in the Transformers universe, and 2 of the 3 were really good. And so it's like, hey, do you guys remember how to do that? That would excite me.
I'm with you. I mean, Hasbro wants it. Lulu said the rumors of the source code or whatever not existing for the original is there. So there's interest. I'm with you. And shout out to my man. I'm going to sing his name, his praises, David Teague. We have to free you. I don't know if you're in Call of Duty jail. Wherever you're at the High Moon Studios, we need you. You were the head lead on the 2 games that are, very well renowned. And we need you back because you are a G1 head. You understand what Transformers. Phil, if you're listening, please, someone find him. Get this man a budget and a contract, and let's get him going. Get this man a shield. No doubt. So I feel you calling that, no doubt. Addict, it's been, 20 months almost, man. We've been talking about it. I remember when we did that podcast with the announcement, right? And it was just kind of like, yo, can we believe this is happening? The rumors are saying it's close. What are your thoughts, Addict?
My thoughts is thank God. Yeah. Even though that, what's funny is I'm sure Colt can speak on this too. It's for a community that be claiming they don't want to hear about Activision information. Some of my best videos is ABK. Really. It would be the most littlest update. People in the chat just sitting there, they going crazy over it. It's like, look, it's been a nightmare for a variety of things, even content, because they just be talking about the same stuff. But it's just like, man, I just be glad when this is over. I really will. Let's move this on to the next big publisher they're gonna buy.
You better be careful. You better be upset. They're gonna get upset if you say that.
That's fine. Get upset. You can record me saying that so you can play me every night before you go to bed. If that's what it requires you to go to sleep, I'm okay.
So let me ask you this though. I know you don't care about Call of Duty. You probably do not care about mobile. Is there anything about the deal that Lord Addict, any game wise, WoW, Overwatch, Diablo, anything that interests you about this? Nothing. None of their games do anything for you.
That's why when it was announced, I said I'm not gonna lie, I wish it was Sega. Say, look, this is good for their bottom line, and the only thing that I guess I would even care a little bit is like the Crash Bandicoot franchise.
Okay.
Because I feel like I don't care about the Crash Bandicoot franchise.
Damn.
I'm hoping if they actually generate money, somewhere along the lines, there'll be a Banjo-Kazooie made.
All right, even though Banjo had nothing to do with ABK, you just hear the ball for Colt Eastwood. I got you.
No. If they start building on like a Crash franchise, maybe if that picks up a little bit, they're like, what else can we do with similar types of IPs? It's just like I haven't played Call of Duty since Infinite Warfare. Really, my brother's a big fan of the zombies, but he's a weirdo, so that doesn't count.
Shout out to Zach.
It's just. I just be glad when it's over.
You just want it over.
That's my thing. And not to mention, I do like rubbing it in the PlayStation fanboys' face too.
Lord.
So, that's a plus, isn't it?
Messy.
That's a plus. I just think at the end of the day, if they actually take some of these studios that's this sweatshop working on Call of Duty, if they take some of these studios and actually generate different forms of IPs, then I'm okay with that. But I don't think they're doing that. I
Call of Duty makes a lot of money.
I think for the most part, they're gonna be like, we're gonna keep this well going because we need to generate the $70.8 billion back in some way, shape, or form. And I think Call of Duty is a fantastic way of doing that. I just want better for the industry. No doubt. That's why it's always said, like, people are like, well, consolidation is bad. Well, what's Activision done? They haven't really innovated anything. If anything, they give us less IPs because they're having everyone work on Call of Duty. It's like, look, I can't guarantee you Microsoft's going to do any better. They might get in line and do the same thing Activision was doing in terms of game development, just because that's what makes a lot of money. But there's a chance that say we don't need Call of Duty every year. Let's free up some of these studios and have them work on new IPs, or bring stuff like rare older IPs back. We don't know, but you know what I do know? Activision wasn't changing that. Activision was going to stay in their ship because it generated gold behind them. But at least now we have a future that is unknown, because before we had a known future, but now we have a future unknown.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll jump in. Look, we're potentially finally here, right? I will say, so Friday the 13th would be hilarious.
Yeah, it would.
If it actually closes and the announcement was Friday the 13th, that is hilarious. It's symbolic on many levels. I don't think so. Hopefully we get it, at the earlier in the week. Usually like a little Tuesday news drop, a little Tuesday, Wednesday kind of thing. We'll see. But like Colt said, I just need that Xbox Wire post. I need that graphic. And you see, the graphic code with all the studio names.
Xbox plus Activision Blizzard.
Bro, like, oh man, like it was very. I remember how joyous I felt when the ZeniMax won, and because the reason why it was joyous is because you start to realize the true impact when you see every single studio, and you go, wait a minute. Remember when ZeniMax, like, yo, they have a Japanese studio now by proxy. They have Tango. They have, all that machine game. You start to think of the possibilities. And to Addict's point, where I really agree with him, is that, yes, we are being, pie in the sky. Hopefully, the Call of Duty chain can stop, being annualized, which that's not going to happen. It makes too much money. But there is a hope, because you see Phil talk about classic IPs, right? And things that could come back that they want to see. So the hope is that, it might not happen initially, because we have confirmed like the next 3 Call of Duty games are kind of ready to go. But maybe that year 4, year 5, once they've settled in, maybe there's an adjustment there. But look, this is one of those things that it will be a major turning point in gaming. As far as the round table, Colt, I agree with you. I would like to see, obviously Phil there, Matt Booty, Greeny. I would like Mike Ibarra, Rod Ferguson, you to stick around, you two gentlemen. I think you guys have a, tremendous history. Obviously, Mike with Xbox, he's been, You know, they're from, you know, they want, again, I know money is involved, things change. You may take.
Well, Rod and Ibarra gonna be like, you guys get.
Yeah, right. You guys, we got away from you. He said that. But shout out to Rob because especially him, you know, he's what I consider the finisher.
You know what it's gonna be? You know the Spider-Man meme where it's the 3 Spider-Man. It's gonna be Activision, Blizzard, and Xbox all pointing at each
Bro, I would love the reunion because again, we've had Cliffy be in the realm. He has the highest of respect for Rod Ferguson. You know, his reputation in the industry as someone who gets things done, the finisher of some of the big blockbuster games. I think his insight is invaluable to the ABK declosing. And then the fact, like you said, like, there's that familiarity as former, you know, Xbox employees. They understand. So to me, that makes the synergy better. You know, again, it's their career, though. They have to do what's best for them. I'm not saying that they're guaranteed they're going to stay.
I mean, it's different. Like, Ibarra is, you know, the master of Blizzard now, you know,
bro.
when he comes back to work under Phil and the team, you know, he's like, oh, I'm coming back home to what I feel like Ibarra kind of broke away so he could do even more.
Yes.
Because he's very ambitious.
Very.
And I'm sure he'll be allowed to be the full master of his team the way he's been doing just under Xbox. And I do expect Xbox to keep the status quo on a lot of the ways that ABK will function. But when you guys are talking about the future of Call of Duty and all the teams working on it, there has to be a little bit of guidance where Xbox is going to say, how many of you can we break away to create something? Because a Call of Duty every 2 years is not in the trajectory for Game Pass. But if you guys want to start making other games, smaller games, and some extra things to pepper in between Call of Duty's frequency, that's exactly what we're looking for. And you've got to know that hundreds of those developers are like, oh, thank you. I'd love to do anything but be the guy or the girl that makes all the trees in the Call of Duty games. And yeah, I mean, that's what I'm really looking forward to. And we do, like Attic, you were saying it, like we do hear this talk over the past 20 months where Xbox has said, we do want to do a little bit more than what Activision has done because Attic nailed it. We've seen less franchises over the past 10 to 15 years since the Call of Duty machine has become so powerful.
No, I agreed. And then I think the initial short-term stuff, shout out to Parris who was here earlier. I agree wholeheartedly with how I feel the integration is going to go. You know, my prediction will be wrong. I'll take my L that I thought the deal would be done earlier, Colt. So I was like,
we all did.
So if I thought the deal was done in like June, July, then I'm like, okay, there's a strong chance that this year's Call of Duty can end up in Game Pass, and I think that they would have pushed that. But being that it's this late in the game, and then, you know, the marketing rights and all that, I think that will be the extent of it. It'll be like the marketing rights, hey, Xbox is the home of Call of Duty, not in Game Pass, but you'll see that marketing. I think it'd be smart for them to start, you know, we saw the rumors about Black Friday Series S, you start to market with it and some, you know, get people, the casual, to know this is where you get it. I think, Colt, what you said, I mean, what Parris said earlier about backward compatibility is very accurate. I think that it'll be a slow trickle. I don't think we'll get all of it at the beginning. There'll be maybe some select titles, and we've already seen engagement for some of the older Call of Duties, right? People, you know, wanting to play that. So I think we'll see that. My biggest question, though, is how the Blizzard and the King interaction works, because obviously you have WoW, you know, you got PC Game Pass. You know, again, Parris alluded to potential perks. I can see that. You know, it might not be a full integration, but WoW's a big deal. WoW's a big deal coming through, you know, and being affiliated. They got to deal with what they want to do with Blizzard.
On console.
I mean, hey, you know, you see.
I mean, I won't play it, but put it on console.
I mean, you've seen some, you know, shout out to Just Gordon, Windows Central. There was some updates they're making with control as far as like mapping and extra functionality.
Jez has played a ton. He says controller integration would absolutely work for classic WoW. And I believe him. So I've heard people say no, but Jez plays it a lot.
Look,
so
I mean, we
do it.
It'll be huge for them just for on PC and any type of PC Game Pass integration. If they could somehow figure out console integration, oh boy. That's a game changer to get WoW, you know, kind of as the home or at least playable on Xbox or the console form. That would be sick. And yeah, go ahead, Attic. I'm sorry.
Part of me thinks that right now, you know, let's not focus on that because, you know, Final Fantasy 14 is coming to the platform. And even though logistic wise, it doesn't matter. I want that to do the best it possibly can do, and having something like WoW on there, it's like I kind of want.
Wait, WoW can't be on it. What's this? This biasness.
It's no, it's not biasness. I just want that game to do the best it possibly can.
Oh, so you said don't put WoW on here to kill my Final Fantasy?
Is it gonna like kill it? No, but it's competition nonetheless. It's like I want more Final Fantasy games. I do think that they not necessarily will be. I mean, you could say it's Addicts World.
No, I feel you being. I love it. You like chill on that. This Final Fantasy need to pop first. And y'all take your time.
This is the closest I've come to maybe having like a Final Fantasy VII remake on the platform. And I'd be damned if like WoW shows up.
Here come WoW to mess it up.
Because like look at like something like Destiny. Like we don't have enough time to play Destiny. Imagine like if WoW comes out before Final Fantasy 14 and they snatch half the console market with that thing. What? And then when 14 drops, they're like, oh, I don't have time to play 2 of these games.
This is the one they can control though. Like,
yes. They're both subscription services. So it's like 20, 10, 15, 20, 30, like this stuff adds up. It's just like, nah, like I value the Final Fantasy over anything. So
we clearly see that you value the Final
because that game can come anytime. Like depending on how some of these games do logistic wise on the platform, it's going to determine where Final Fantasy is for the next couple of years.
So again, Xbox executive leadership, you've heard it here first. Slow down your advancements on WoW. Lord Addict needs Final Fantasy to thrive.
Yeah, I need it to thrive.
He needs it to dance his thoughts.
I actually want these other Square Enix games on the platform.
Shout out to my man Xenox in the chat. The final thing I was just going to say is, look, I keep telling people the word out. I've been saying it for about a year and a half. Even during the dark days when 2022 was light, I said 2023 is going to be a big year for them, and so far it has been, right? We've seen the games that are coming out. Obviously, Starfield, Forza is doing well. Obviously, Hi-Fi Rush. Shout out to Redfall, which we talk about. At least they added the 60 frames. They didn't give up on it. We'll get into that. But they've had a great year so far. To me, this is the cherry on the sundae, the extra sauce that you wasn't sure was going to happen. But I said, if it happened, now you set up 2024 to be what I consider the avalanche. Because say what you want, you infuse all of these games into this service. Think about, we even forgetting the power of Diablo 4 in Game Pass. And again, we assume a lot of this stuff will be probably next year, right? Or the top of next year, the final lines. And then you get that inflection of back compat, and then you get Call of Duty, mainline Call of Duty. Listen, I haven't played Call of Duty in a minute, but I'm going to tell you right now, $3.99 in Game Pass.
I would even play it free.
That's nice. Your boy will be seeing how that prestige will be doing, because I just want to see, because I would never, listen, that's back in my old days. I was never paying $70 now to do none of that. That's a young man's game. I recognize where I'm at. My Twitch skills is garbage, my fast Twitch. But you going to tell me, hey, the campaign and the new joint every year? Of course. All I got to do is just boot it up. It's on my screen. Like, of course. So I think that's huge. So, and
that's the interesting thing, because Call of Duty diehards are not loyal to a piece of plastic.
Facts.
They're loyal to their friends all playing Call of Duty, with it being cross-platform play. When they start getting they're going to be able to get that game for like pay $20 to play it nonstop for 2 months or 3 months for $30 on Xbox Game Pass on PC or console or whatever they want. Like there's gonna be a big surge of Game Pass subs, and that's what they've been waiting for.
Absolutely, 100% agree. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Hopefully, we are at the finish line. Any other thoughts before we move on, Saab? This was yours.
Tenchu, please.
Oh, Tenchu, yes. Yes.
Give me Tenchu.
Yes.
Give me Tenchu.
At least give me the back compact joints. Give me some of that. Let's go.
And the legacy games, there were a couple of Tenchu games that were PlayStation 2 only. They were really good. So I want that stuff.
Hey, Lulu, find the source code.
Find the source code. Thank you, Lulu.
We gotta get the source code. So we are good. Let's get the super chats moving, because I gotta get caught on this.
We got one more. We have Angry Hippie, $2 super chat. Warcraft 1 through 3 on console, please. Yeah, we forgot about core Warcraft, core StarCraft.
Yeah. Bruh. We're forgetting about this library. We only see Call of Duty, right?
Yeah,
and we think there is a huge library. I completely agree. That was it.
That's it.
All right, let's get into it. Attic, I need a favor because we got Colt here. Just want to switch the order. I know we're going to do AC Mirage and Forza, but I want to ask Colt Eastwood because he's sitting in the fly chair right now. You know what I'm saying? He's driving. He's hitting the corners.
I was getting sweaty in this.
I see them putting the clips up. You know, I had some Forza experiences in real life with Colt. But we gonna get.
Yeah,
we had some driving experiences that we, out there in Seattle, we gonna get into. But
we were drifting the parking lot.
we definitely drifted in the indoor parking lot trying to escape. So all good. But let's talk about it. Obviously, it's out. The reviews are out. It's been some feedback. What's your experience been? How are you feeling about Forza Motorsport right now?
Okay, so let me get some of the things out of the way.
Yes.
Like the campaign just does one thing, and that's it.
Okay.
It's the Builder's Cup. It puts you in a car with a stock car, and you put a few upgrades in it. Typically 5 to 6 upgrade segments as you do 4 to 5 races in the series. The series is over, and then they put you in a different discipline, and you slowly work your way up from like hatchbacks or kind of modern coupes and sedans up into toward the racing cars, and then that's it. It's a one note game mostly throughout the experience for the campaign. It doesn't have any. I mean, there's a lot I could get into that it could do, but it's still really solid though. You get into this rhythm. I was just doing a early 80s hatchback thing. There's like the Volkswagen Scirocco, and I'm driving some car called the Dodge Shelby, which is just a boxy hatchback, but it has a cool feeling. And then you'll work your way into the Porsches and the Audis and stuff like that. So it's a really great feeling racer. Just, I can feel the actual weight of every car, the labor of the brakes on corners and apexes and throttling and downshifting and all that stuff's really great. The game got a really bad rap for how it looked out the gate, and I think the narrative has really changed. Like, hold on. I think Forza Motorsport looks really great, and Turn 10 needs to make some tweaks. And I guess I'd rather have you ask me some questions, because otherwise I would.
I got questions for you.
Soapbox in
in
the seat.
Yeah, in the seat. You're in the hot seat. You're legit in the driver's hot seat. No, I guess so you mentioned obviously, there was, I think Digital Foundry had something initially about, maybe the lighting, right, in the daytime or something like that. And then to your point, we're starting to see, you even put up footage of like driving at night, driving in the rain, which looked phenomenal, right? And then, so the question I have is that, as far as the look of the game, any little controversy regard that. Two, as a steering wheel driver, how do you feel about the control, the basic physics, the driving of the game? And then the last thing is probably what I consider a controversy is the way the car RPG sensibilities, right? Like, that I see some pushback.
There's 3 things you're asking me there, and since I kind of talked about the feel, I'll just say really quickly, the feel on a controller is awesome. The feel on a $300 prosumer like the Logitech steering wheel, or if you get like the Thrustmaster, like those are $300 or whatever. That feels great. And you don't need to buy a $1,000 wheel like Forza Irwin will tell you.
Oh yeah, shout out to Forza. He got a great video.
Yeah, and he's amazing. He has both, so he knows. But if you want to play at the wheel, like if you spend the $250 or $300, you're gonna have such a realistic, great experience. The other thing you asked me about, I have to cover first, is the lighting thing. Turn 10 needs to fix. They have like some kind of, I'm not going to talk about the gamma bug because that's already patched out, but there's a gamma problem with the game when you drive into direct sunlight. Like when you're coming home from work and the sun is like right under your visor and you're like, I can't see. The sun is not orange, orangish yellow. It is this desaturated pale yellow, like it's just this color that is just not what you see every day. I'm 70 years old. I know what the sun looks like when I drive home. It is a bright yellow with orange overtones. In the game, it is this putrid, translucent yellow or orange that is not bright enough, not strong enough, not saturated. I'm really big into photography, videography, but if you have a pair of eyes and you've paid attention outside, you touch grass, you know what the sun looks like. And it's like they took it and they're like, oh, we don't want to blind them, so we're going to turn down the contrast, and it just doesn't look natural. And the other problem is, I think the art director team said, let's dial back the saturation the color. So they kind of decolor the game because they feel like this is more realistic. But I'm out every day walking with my wife, and I'm like, the world looks like this amount of color, 115%. This is what the color looks like. Because even my OLED at the middle point, I'm up like 10 points out of 100 because that's what the world looks like.
Gotcha.
I see it every day. I would, if you have an LG OLED, I would recommend put the color up just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay. LG game.
I'm going on a soapbox, but I know that people are like, why does it look washed out? Why does it look like this? Why does it look flat? And I think that Turn 10 made a conscious decision. I think it looks more realistic when you pull the color out. And I'm like, no, Turn 10, it doesn't. Patch it up, fix it, bring the color back up, and crunch the contrast just a little bit. And that's why GT7 looks better in the side by sides because GT7 is way oversaturated, like almost a little too much. Gotcha. But I like that. So but that's just color.
They went with that choice. That there is some pushback there as far as again the car RPG.
The car RPG thing.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
So I'm not a good person to give you a good, solid, like my honest opinion, complain about it because when I play the Forza Motorsport games, I go through the disciplines. I try to get top podium. I make a couple of adjustments. I don't modify my cars. That's what I do in Horizon. But I feel like the rhythm of Forza Motorsport's always been get in the seat, race, and try to get to the top. And so I understand the complaints that it takes like 10 hours or three. I think it takes 3 hours of racing one car to get it up to level 50. And yes, somebody was asking, I do almost all of the full practices, all 3 laps and all that before I do the race. I don't know why. I just feel like I'm robbing myself of an experience if I don't. But hiding some of the upgrades behind how long you drive the car is a cool concept, but they need to dial that way back.
Okay, so you just were a little too aggressive with, because I remember we were out there and it was me and King and we were at the Forza event. And the thought process was kind of like, we want you, this is not Forza Horizon. They didn't say it's not Forza Horizon, but they would basically say, we don't want this to be a car collection game, right? We want you to have this, They
reference their last games where they just give you a Porsche and a Huracan.
Right.
One after the other. Go ahead.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And instead they said, hey, we want you to have this relationship with this car, and then you kind of build it, you level up before you go on to the next. But to your point, maybe it was a little too aggressive, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was just maybe they can dial that back a bit.
I was in a different segment when Chris Sasaki and Dan Greenwald were showing us the game in the behind the scenes things in LA. And Chris Sasaki was sitting there, and there's only like 8 of us in the room, content creators and journalists. And he goes, we want you to fall in love with the Honda Civic. And I go, I love Honda Civics. And he laughed because I do. I love cars like that. Yeah. And he says, we want you to fall in love. It's like, but yeah, car guys, we love a car. Like we love to take, Ainsley Bowden said that he loves to buy the car that he actually owns,
right,
and get it all the way up to the things that he's done to it in real life. And he said, I got to grind that car for several hours to be able to do that. And I'm like, well, Ainsley, you had to grind for several years and make the money.
To make the money. I mean, it is what it is.
But no, that they need to dial back the time it takes,
or
fair. Else people are going to get mad.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
We got a couple super chats that
are very specific. All right, get it. Yes.
This. So we got a PK Thunder. Whoa, $50 super chat. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
Speaking about Forza Motorsport, I'm actually pretty shocked that when talking in depth about these new games, you guys have a talking point. I'm like,
damn.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
I'm playing Forza right now, and y'all are not talking about what happens when you get a penalty. So,
okay.
Colt,
I love that.
I love it. Yeah. Go for
it. The penalty. There were times when I would use one of the cars as a jersey bearer. Oops, I took this turn too hot. And thank you, Ferrari. You're going to be my bumper, my lane bumper, like bowling. The penalty system is really smart. It decides that if it was you being aggressive or if it was just. It even says it even kind of says in the background, the AI is saying it's the nature of what happened in that moment, and no one gets a penalty. But if you're aggressive, it's like, hey, we see it. And we're giving you a half a second on your lap time. Yeah. And what it does is it's going to keep people in the multiplayer from just slamming everyone or push them into the grass. but it also just you're in the moment. You don't want to scratch your car. You don't want to scratch someone else's car. You want to make a smart braking decision, whip around wide on the outside, or take that like really aggressive move on the inside when it's right without bumping somebody. And the penalty system, and it cranks up at the top, and it's like we're deciding. I love the penalty system.
Yeah, no, absolutely, happily agree. What was the other super chat? So
the other one is more just it's PK Thunder. Whoa, again, $10 super chat. I've noticed that when they compared Forza 7 to the new Forza, visually Forza 7 looks better than the new Forza, but when you play the new Forza, it is the opposite.
Thoughts?
So I guess when they compared it in videos, it seemed like the old Forza looked better. And then when you look at the new one, and then when you, no, and then
sorry,
he's saying that he's saying that when playing it proper, the opposite is true.
Yeah, the new one feels better, but you just cannot take away how great Forza 7 looks.
Okay.
Because on Xbox One X and the new Xbox Series X, that game runs at native 4K 60. So you don't have any ambient occlusion on the old one, but you know what Turn 10 does is they have to make up for not having real lighting, so they try and make realistic lighting. And I always think that's a great formula for a great looking game, because we've been seeing that for 15 years where devs are like, look, we can't do the realistic, we can't do ray tracing, we got to make it look like it's real. And I think they usually end up making games look phenomenal because they're fine tuning it by hand.
No doubt. Lord Addict, you the hardcore racing guy that you are, you got a review of Forza Motorsport. Your thoughts, sir?
I went into this. People are like, Addict of Forza Horizon, that's the casual game. Forza Motorsports, that's like the serious tone. I'm like, bet, let's try it. So I went in there acting like I was playing Forza Horizon. And look, you know, it's cool that, you know, they tell me when I hit someone, they're like, you know, you're getting penalized. They're telling me, you know, we're going to put time on your lap. I'm like, I don't care about none of that. So I think it had that plus 10 irrelevant, because I'm not looking at that time at the end of the map. It's like all I'm looking at is me number one. It didn't matter how I get there. It didn't matter who I hit. It didn't matter who I used as a barrier to stop me from going 80 to 10. It's like all that matters is at the end. Winning is winning.
Rock 'em, sock 'em.
Inch or a mile.
We know what your safety rating is. Yes.
Yeah, I don't even. And then, you know, not to mention, you know, let's say that my driving gets so bad where I start spinning out of control. You know, Forza gave me a tool. It's called Rewind.
Shout out to Rewind. Shout out to Rewind. Woo! Yeah.
Rewind. That's all I had to do.
No
Man,
doubt.
anytime something's going bad, rewind. Anytime I feel like I can't go from 80 to 10, hit someone else. Like, look, I think logistic-wise, this game definitely demands you play this like a legit racer, but I don't want people thinking that you can't play this game as just like a racing game, because I was doing like those 24-man races like all the time, and I, especially on normal, you know, I'm playing against the little Timmys. I ain't playing against the big Timmys.
Salute.
So it's just, you know, play some bumper cars, some rewind the VHS. And, you know,
you're just a little aggressive. You're just a little aggressive.
Most of the time I don't know nothing about the cars. I don't know nothing about, you know, what's funny is I said in the review and people were laughing. They're like, because I said, you know, I know what a Mustang is. And a Charger's kind of like a Mustang, I guess. If people are laughing at that, like,
close enough.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun experience. You know, I would never play this online. I wouldn't even go touch. I wouldn't even go. If they say go outside, it's great outside. I'm good in here. You know, I like playing the little Timmys. I'm not gonna go play his older brother outside.
I feel you. Look,
I like playing the AI that knows I'm gonna hit him.
AI's really smart too.
If I play Colt, he knows it's coming. He gonna break. We ain't doing that.
I've seen Addicts Drivatar, but the Drivatars are really just their new AI system.
Yes.
So they're not. I don't even think they run off of your behavior. They've just kind of tuned them to try and be like real drivers.
Unless mine is violently going through the track and not care about no one's health or car health is not driving like I drive. I drive fast and the furious, hit the brake as least as I can.
All I know is Addict and Randall Thor in my rear view. That's really all that matters.
That's all that's all about. Hit it back. Hit it back.
See, well, in my game, you ain't even there, Colt, because you didn't get a violent.
Damn. No. We appreciate the insight.
Yeah, it was fun. You know, my funny is my girl came over and she saw me. Right, I don't know what vehicle it was. I'm not a vehicle person, and I don't even like driving in real life.
You don't even know what car she was in.
So she comes in there. She's like, she says something. And she's like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know you like those cars. I'm like, I guess.
You didn't even know what he was in.
This is the car it gave to me.
I cannot with him. He is out of control, but I respect it. So, fellow car enthusiast, aficionado, your thoughts, or you get a chance to rock this yet?
No, I haven't. Okay, right. It comes out. When does it come out? Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Officially,
so Tuesday going.
For us peons, yes.
Wait, it's not even out yet?
No.
Yeah, technically, this is just the early.
We're all
I could have gotten early access.
Talking like this game's been out.
Yeah, like it's out for like the world got it.
It's playing Forza anymore.
Yeah. It's that early access. It's put another layer on stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not officially out in Game Pass proper until Tuesday, I think. So that's when I will play it, because again, I am not that good. I will play. I will pay for early access to Horizon, but not this, because I know. I know my limits.
Spoilers, because you said it's not out.
Spoilers, it's hilarious.
I know my limits.
No,
but again, it looks pretty. I'm interested to see look into the car PG stuff, right? Because this is something new for them.
Yeah.
And so I'm interested to see it on the PC. Compare it to the
new NZXT build that you're rocking, sir.
Exactly.
I ran it on the Windows Store. It ran really good, like really, really good.
Okay.
Because I have 3 points of comparison. I have the NZXT build, I have the 4090 build, and I have the console. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'll make that comparison and see. But again, I know the console stuff is, they worked hard on it, so I really do want to see that. Same way, like I downloaded, we'll talk about it in a little bit. I didn't get a chance to play Redfall again, but I had it running at 60 on the PC. That wasn't the problem for the game on the all around. It's just a matter of seeing it at 60 on the console is what I wanted to see. So, I'm excited to talk about it when I actually get a chance to play. And I heard, again, spoilers, I think it runs pretty well on the Ally. So,
Ally ran Horizon games amazing. So I would be impressed. I'll jump in. Look, kind of. It's one of those things that, again, I come from, the Horizon background. I'm not the simulation guy. So, when I went to try it, my thing is I was kind of surprised at how much I was getting into it. And I think, like I said, doing the qualifying laps, the open practice, and the game consistently giving me that positive reinforcement when you did segments of the track well, and it's like, hey, you improved the time there, and you're seeing the levels going up.
I ain't never listened more in a video game in my whole life.
Oh yeah,
it was like, slow down. I'm like, oh yes, sir.
I was hugging that. I had listen, I'm casual cog on this. I have my little assistant that was telling me that racing line. It was like, all right, you got to. It was with it bright red. Slow down, brother. I was monitoring that joint, make sure I stay in pocket, trying to race clean. But to Colt's point, the thing that I really loved, and I get it, getting a chance to interview, creative director Chris Sasaki from Turn 10, and
he's awesome.
He's amazing. And the thing that really, because I remember there were certain parts, I'm like, I'm trying to race clean, because you know how it is in the first part of it. As soon as the race starts, is that pile up that starts with the first turn. And classic cog, you kind of bully balling, you kind of rubbing shoulders, and I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do this. It's motorsport. We gotta race.
To be fair though, that stretch is how I get to like third place right
Facts,
off the bat.
Because old school.
It doesn't matter if I cause 8, 9, and 10 to spin out of control.
Facts.
It matters where I am.
Right. So it's like usually it's the cheat where you cut the corner and you try to jump ahead, or you just you bump a car your way through. Whoever catch the raft. As long as you get to the third, that's usually old school, right? So I'm like, nah, you can't play like this. This is motorsport. This is simulation. You gotta be real. So I'm driving clean as best I can. There was a couple times where it's clear, AI is getting into my vicinity. I'm like, I'm not trying to hit him. No. And then boom, the collision does happen. And like you said, Colt, you see the game at the top, you see it says collision, and you see the game almost thinking for a couple of seconds, right? And then at that point, you get the decision, penalty, no penalty, where they shave time off. But a lot of times, I wasn't getting the no penalty. I remember asking Chris about this, and he was telling me, yo, that's the machine learning. Because what's happening is at the point of collision, the 15 seconds after what happens and the 15 seconds before, it's what's being analyzed. And then they'll determine, that's whether or not it's in the realm of clean racing. That was an accident. Now, there was a couple times, Colt, where I tried my addict tactics, my bully boy tactics, posting up.
Someone put the emote going like this, and they're saying me watching addict race.
It is a couple times where it was me. And the game correctly was like, yeah, bro, that's you. We're going to shave that time off. Yeah.
It's cool because, like, with the law of physics, you could say he hit me, but you're saying it's looking back 15 seconds before the collision.
And after.
And it's going to be like, because, Cog, you got into this position, like you're in their driving line or you're creeping into the apex and they had nowhere to go. They were at, because if that car the car wants to go in a straight line and they're trying to make that curve around, you smash them on the inside. Yeah. It's really, really cool. And I have to say that when a simulation racer can seem very boring, like why, I don't like that type of game. But once this game is giving you so much immersion, where like when I'm driving, even if I'm on a controller, like when I get in, I creep up and the car's like right here and I'm trying to scoot by him. Like, and my shoulder is physically, even on a controller, my shoulder's like,
you don't want to touch.
That being in the moment is all these things with the sense of speed that make you appreciate why people like sim racers. And you may not love it, you may not play it forever, but when you get that feeling and you get that sense of speed and you overtake somebody on the outside, which is very difficult because you have more speed, and you're like, that was really cool. In those moments, you can understand and respect the sim racer. And it's kind of like with flight sim, like, why would you want to play that? Then you get these moments, you're like, oh, I see why people
get it.
Love this.
And it incentivized me to do better. You know what I'm saying? And I love, like I said, you got the racing meter, you got your skill level, and then you got your safety rating. And then look, if they too many addicts around, they're gonna put him in that class, that safety, level.
Put him in the penalty box.
The penalty box, D class, and he could race. He could race with his kind.
I got no problem playing Forza cards.
Exactly, Forza card. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to shout out on that. I did want to shout out. Look, I know the looks have been, on some of the lighting stuff. Totally hear what you say, Cole. I will say though, when I'm seeing this rain footage, I have not seen no racing game look like that. When you see it, like when they're showing the rain and the wet track, and you see in the hood of the car and the reflections and the thing, and just how slick the track looks. I've never, like, the game in the rain is phenomenal looking. It really is a showcase. And, look, they're going to put out, obviously we know there's going to be, this is a platform, they're supposed to be going to continue to improve it, give tracks out and stuff like that. Hopefully the cool thing about it being a platform is maybe they can address what you said about the car RPG and lightening up the restrictions there.
They'll have to.
Yeah, these are changes that hopefully that Turn 10 will continue to go. I still want that spectator mode though. We got to get in spectator mode. But other than that, no, I'm hearing that, look, at the end of the day, people are loving this game. They say the physics are great and it drives well, and it's a substantial improvement over 7 in terms of the way it drives, and especially steering wheel support, which I heard was also overhauled because Chris Sasaki told us that, I think last was like you were at a disadvantage using a wheel, versus a controller player. Yeah, and now it does that, so that's good to see. But that's pretty much.
You can use a steering wheel and you'll be like in 10th place.
Yeah, on the old one. Yeah.
Because it's even like that on Forza Horizon 5. I have to put the game down on an easier mode. But right now I'm playing no HUD, no driving line, no tachometer. I have to listen. I've got my headphones on. I have to listen to the engine before I upshift or downshift. And it's gotten to that point. Also,
what addict?
I'll say this about the wheel and then move on.
I'm playing with the trail automatic.
Yeah, I got every assist on, bro. Don't worry, addict. I'm with you. We got every assist. Continue, Cole.
Like Forza Irwin sent me screenshots of moving the sliders like the opposite direction to get the wheel to feel proper. And when I loaded up the retail release version, I didn't mess with anything yet. I'm like, see how it is. I'm like, oh, this is good. I'm leaving it. I haven't even asked him. Like, so that's whatever. But as far as them changing the amount of time it takes to level up a car, and fixing the gamma and the color or the contrast situation, they need to get on that stuff and not think, oh, well, we're going to do season 2 in May next year.
Good point.
No, like get the Cyberpunk already had a 2.01 patch.
Yes.
Like the other day, I've been playing that like a ton.
Yeah.
And it's just great to see the teams go, look, we can do it. We got a little more. That's just going to make it just a little more smooth.
Absolutely.
Send out the patch, get it certified, and people are happy.
Absolutely. And hopefully, like I said, the hope is that with it now being a platform for the generation, that they will be consistent with the updates, consistent with that kind of stuff, and address that, like you said, in a smaller patch. And shout out to Ebontis. I saw he reviewed it as well. Get your steering wheel, bro, because I see you see my man Colt out here. He's tempted. He's like, damn, I want that steering wheel. He want to do it. So salute to him. But I do want to pivot. Actually, this is you as well, in reference to Assassin's Creed, because this is Mirage also came out this week. So obviously your thoughts on it. You've been playing it. You know, where you at, man? Assassin's Creed Mirage.
All right, so I see a lot of people where like they've scored this game. It's like sitting at like a 70 something on Metacritic. I feel them on that. When I'm reading a lot of the reviews and I'm watching the reviews, you know, I'm just tempted, like, were they fans of the previous, you know, Assassin's Creed?
Like the old school ones.
Yeah, I feel like we got a lot of people that started with like Origin, Odyssey, or Valhalla. Probably Odyssey, because Odyssey I think was the better one of those three. And it's just like Mirage was made because Ubisoft got tired of people saying, I want the old Assassin's Creed back. Look, I will agree with you. They say, they're like, oh, you guys want Assassin's? We'll give you exactly
you gonna get that experience 100%. Old school.
It's like that Calvin moment where they're in there and the last person's like, can we improve the old system? And they threw him out the window. This is the definition of old Assassin's Creed.
Okay.
You know, where you're eavesdropping on people. You know, when I actually kill people, they die now. What I like is they actually do have certain you know, ads or, you know, certain guards. They have like a yellow bar, and some of them can't be killed with one hit, like an assassination attempt.
Yes.
So that's cool. Like, I do agree with some of the criticism that it does feel repetitive, but here's the thing. That's what the majority of the people that wanted old Assassin's Creed, they wanted that formula that the old Assassin's Creed had. You know, I will agree. It should have been improved on. I don't think they really improved on anything in terms of the core aspects of the old Assassin's Creed. You know, I think this is more of a side project for them. They're like, okay, those 10, go use that closet and make an Assassin's Creed back in the old days. You know, I don't think this is something that they're really focusing on, because you could tell it takes like 13, 15 hours to beat. So you know, you could argue maybe that price wasn't the right for that type of experience. You know, I'd argue if you have a good, well-told story with a lot of you know, with a lot of fruit in the narrative, then you could charge that 70. But I see a lot of people that's like, you're trying to essentially charge me more money for a game that was made in the early 2000s. So I feel them on that. I still think Syndicate was one of the best. Like Assassin's Creed 2, Black Flag, and Syndicate's like the three, you know, gold, silver, and bronze ones when it comes to that. So I think, but when it comes to Assassin's Creed Mirage,
yes,
if you like those old Assassin's Creed games, it's $50. It's not 70.
Okay.
I think we should mention shout out to Ubisoft for providing.
Shout out to Ubisoft. Yes.
Ubisoft gave us code. That's what.
Shout out to Microsoft for providing the review code for ForzaMotorsport. Yes, we have to play.
I'm gonna be 100% real with you guys. I ain't looked at a price on a game in a minute unless I tell Saul to send it to me.
That's right. I am bank.
You know, for $50, I see that's solid. You know, it just it's what you want. If you want the older Assassin's Creeds, then we got a game for you. If you want the newer RPG style Assassin's Creeds, we also got games for you. And what I find hilarious is this is why being a publisher and a developer sucks. We had for like a decade, people were like, "This is cool. Origins is cool. Odyssey's cool. Valhalla's cool." But I miss old Assassin's Creed.
Right.
And Ubisoft said, "Okay, here's old Assassin's Creed." This is too much like the old Assassin's Creed. Like, and I saw people
but they put out this roadmap. They said, "Hey, we're going to make an old one. We're going to make the last generation one, or the well, I don't know what you'd call it. We're going to make the open one. We're going to make the classic. We're going to make one that's a little bit different." Like they announced 3 different types. Of Assassin's Creed, which is so weird. Like no studio or publishing team has ever done that. Like, hey, we're going to do this with the franchise over the next 8 years or whatever. That was kind of a weird announcement.
It was interesting.
But it must be for a big reason. They must have, because Assassin's Creed is one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world, and people don't realize it. And they're like, we don't want to lose this divisive fan base that's split. So we're going to do our. I love Ubisoft so much. And shout out to them for sending me the Crew Motorsport, which is fantastic.
Everybody paying the bills.
Sending Assassin's Creed Mirage, which I haven't even started yet. I love that team because they do so much fan service. They try so hard to appease such a wide audience
and
to the best of their ability.
I will say
I feel like
it's not even a fan service. Like in terms of like content creation, like they could have the worst game in the world, and I've never felt like Ubisoft is withhold stuff or in any count. They're like, "Oh, go ahead. We might regret this, but play it. Tell us what you think." Like I gotta respect it because in a day and age where PR is very, very calculated, it feels like the PR over there at Ubisoft's like, "Look, we gave you a product. We're going to give you the product, and you give us your honest opinion." That's literally every encounter I've ever had with Ubisoft has went that direction. Here's the product. Tell me when you have the coverage, good or bad. We're never even going to even remotely hit towards we didn't like the way you perceive that. And there's been games that we've went in on with Ubisoft, and they never have slided away from giving us access to their games.
So you're implying that others might feel away if you said negative.
Oh yeah, I do. I definitely. That's why I feel like you know what
we gonna move on. Yeah, exactly. So if you wanted to say something, then Colt, finish Colt.
No, Colt, finish your point. Then okay. I'll jump in.
Yes, Colt, you were saying Assassin's Creed.
I don't know. People give Ubisoft a hard time, but I just really respect that they try all these things. They make like really ambitious games that don't always like become masterpieces or almost never do. But I just have a big respect for them, and they do try and support their games post. I heard that they did a bunch of stuff to Valhalla. They changed camera angles. They let you do different things with the difficulty. Because I kind of have 200 hours and I gave up on it. But yeah, they just continue to improve, and this is like the new theme in the games development, where like we're not going to give up on our games. Yeah. And it's like where it segues into the next game.
Oh yeah,
it's like this, like so perfectly, right?
Yeah, no, we definitely segue into that in a minute. I just want to get Sav's thoughts on Mirage. Yeah. He is the resident Assassin's Creed Lord. He always gives me crap about my love for Ghost and who the champ is, and Mirage is out here going back to your Merc and murder sensibilities. How are we feeling about this?
I did to address Colt's point. I love them too. All right, I love them too, and they do take these chances. Who the heck is going to support For Honor for like 5 years or whatever? So, but I do think them taking this sort of new cadence with Assassin's Creed is just money related. It's just like okay, how do we appeal to every Assassin's Creed fan possible? So we're gonna do what Call of Duty does. We're just gonna give you a different type of Assassin's Creed game every year, so we can go back to the yearly. We're Call of Dutying it with different types of Assassin's Creed games, so everybody gets appeased, right? And it's kind of what I think they want to do, because I know they weren't happy having to sort of cut down on the cadence, the yearly cadence of Assassin's Creed, right?
Great analogy.
So to me, this is their way of doing that while appealing to everybody, right? Mm-hmm. So I've only gotten to play like a little bit of this, like 5 hours. Mm-hmm. And what I can get from it so far is that it goes back, but it goes back to a fault where it's like, okay, you're not taking any of the lessons you learned since then and applying them to this formula, it seems like, right? Again, I haven't played that much, but it just sort of feels like, okay, this is what it was back then. We're going to make it a little cleaner, right? We know what we're doing. It's going to look a little bit better. The Anvil engine is getting old.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it just feels like they went back and they were safe in that regard, where it's like, hey, none of the stuff that we learned in the RPG style Assassin's Creed games, we're gonna apply to this. We're just gonna go back, and this is what it's gonna be. This is the lane for this, right? And that was, again, I haven't played that much to know if they expand later on, but it does sort of feel like they went back to that, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because again, I go through the tutorial, and I'm like, all right, this is pretty simplistic. This is like, there's no skill tree here. There's no sort of like, there's stuff where I expected more depth.
Okay.
And them sort of expanding on a little bit of the traversal stuff. Like obviously they go back to this sort of traversal where you're not Spider-Man. You can't climb on everything. Everything has a path, right? But give me, instead of doing that, you could have done what you did with Revelations. With Revelations, they gave you like a hook that you can jump onto. You can expand the way you climb by jumping up a wall and like hooking onto something. Things like that where I'm like, okay, use the technology at hand to improve that somewhat while it's still not being, AC Odyssey, AC, Origins where you're just climbing on everything. And they just didn't do that, right? So in terms of combat, just a little training stuff that I've done in combat so far, again, very simplistic but I kind of like that. Like if you go back to AC2, AC Brotherhood and Revelations, you have this whole thing where it's all about the parry, right? It's about you waiting to parry so that you can open up sort of cool death animations. And that's pretty much what it is. So I've done a little bit of that and that feels cool, but it's not super in depth. It's all about like looking for the parry, looking for the tells, like they turn red when it's an unblockable move. You just get out the way, stuff like that.
Tell me that there wasn't a lot of For Honor features in this game to a degree.
Like
when I was fighting those big dudes with the axes, I'm like, man, don't tell me they ain't ripped this straight from For Honor. Well, and that's another thing. So a lot of people are complaining that you can't just go through this game and kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, you're kind of weak in that regard.
He's not a fighter,
right?
You're
the
an
idea,
assassin,
right? The idea, and that is one thing I have to give them. When you go back to original Assassin's Creed, it is about you figuring out the best way to assassinate these targets. And the reality of it is that when you assassinate a target, like if you step up behind them and you put your hidden blade into their chest and their neck or whatever, they're dead. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter how powerful, quote unquote, powerful they are. You didn't have power meters and bars above them. It's about how you execute the assassination. Here, one of the things they did kind of with the middle ground where it's like, okay, you have these these guards that do have a power meter above them, whatever. And you'll have to whittle it down for some of these guys. But when it comes to I have a target I have to assassinate, if you are able to get behind them, sneak in behind them and kill them, you kill them, and that's it. There's no, you stabbed me once, I'm turning around, and it turns into this fight. Yeah, this hand to hand.
You know what's funny, Saul? A lot of people like to call like Ubisoft the copy and paste, and they do to a huge degree. But like I love the fact that they found an audience and they're like, look, like we'll innovate certain aspects of their games, but it's like, but we know what our fan base wants. We know what type of content they want. We're not going to change it drastically because we know some people are going to be upset. It's like the Final Fantasy and Square Enix. If they would have had that mindset, they would perhaps be at their persona. But it's like, no, it's like people like Assassin's Creed for A, B, and C.
It is,
and then there'll be people.
It's comfort food.
There'll be people on like the far right that's like, put D, C, and A in there. Like,
but I will say this though. I give the whole part about the copy and pasting when it comes to systems and combat and whatever from game to game. There's some improvements or some changes, but it's not really that, right? But what I do give them props for is the worlds that they create. Baghdad in this game is absolute. There's a moment when you first start the game, Baghdad looked great, right? It looked beautiful. Mind you, I'm playing it on the whatchamacallit, NZXT AMD edition.
Oh wow!
I have everything on ultra settings with FSR2 on. It is a beautiful sight to behold. Now, early on, the game looks cool. It looks great. Like it looks very nice. But not until you return, and that's all I'm going to say. Not spoil. There's a point where you come back to Baghdad, and you're standing in the desert, and you're looking out over Baghdad. You're like, oh, okay. Like I'm creating tracks in the sand with my feet, and the HDR is popping, and the redness and orangeness of the sun is sort of it's a beautiful thing to see. So the game is gorgeous in parts. But I will say that their worlds are something special. It's one of the criticisms, and Cog is not gonna like this, but criticisms I had of Tsushima, where Tsushima is beautiful, right? And the rain, you feel like you're on like an island in Japan. You really do. But the detail with which they craft these worlds in Assassin's Creed, to me, kind of takes it to the next level, where it's, they try to be historically accurate about things. Absolutely. And it's and again, the further on we get in technology, those places are going to look more and more beautiful, which is why I think they need to sort of evolve from the Anvil engine. The faces kind of look the same. Like it really does look like an up-res 360 game in facial animations and stuff like that. So that's as much as I can say about the game so far. I will talk more in depth about the gameplay and the systems once I've had more time with it. But so far, it is scratching that itch where it's like, oh, they went back to it. Okay, I'm happy. But at the same time, I'm a little disappointed because I wanted them to evolve the formula. I wanted them to go back to it and be like, hey, how do we take these old things and improve upon them, right? I still haven't seen, I love the original Assassin's Creed where you could, you were basically, the social stealth where you're following your target and you're listening to conversations and stuff like that. I don't know if they brought that back here. I hope they have, but I don't know if they've done that. And that was something that they kind of removed from Assassin's Creed 2. Rather than evolve it, they said, no, we're going to take this away, right? And my thing is go back to it and see, hey, with the tech we have now, can we make this work, right? And it doesn't feel like that's the case. So I'm a little disappointed in that regard. But again, I'm glad to have this type of AC back. I don't, like Colt said, Valhalla is intimidating. To even like you open up that map and it's like, are you really? Even if you want to beeline the story, it's a 100-hour investment. Like it's crazy. So you could tell me I can do everything in this game in 30 hours. That's fantastic. I'm happy with that.
So I already even showed it, actually 15, 20 is what I'm hearing.
Exactly. Well, yeah, if you really beeline it, for sure, 100%.
No, I jump in. I don't got too much. I'm in the same kind of boat as you saw, where again did prologue and maybe got 3 or 4 hours afterwards. After that, look, I think what she said, Saul, is the perfect analogy when you mentioned Call of Duty in the sense of, I'm gonna be real with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, this new world of Assassin's Creed, I have not played an Assassin's Creed New Line joint, and for a minute. I've completely disconnected from the franchise, not because the games are not good, right? But because to me they are not Assassin's Creed games. As a guy who loves stealth, I'm the gaming ninja. I wanna murk you in the dark. I wanna, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want this fisticuff straight up battle, face to face, and like that's not Assassin's Creed to me. I grew up with Assassin's Creed. We're gonna go through the crowd. We're gonna do the environmental stealth. We're gonna get the information, and we are not the best fighter. Straight up, right? It is not to my advantage to take people head on because that goes against the stealth ethos. And I get it. Don't get me wrong. The new formula, I understand I am in the minority, and it is way more popular now. And they have evolved other systems that blow the old school stuff away. I'm never going to take that away. But it just sucked that it was just going so far away from stealth for me that I was just out. I was like, I'm not in it. So when I heard about Mirage and I heard about this plan to kind of Call of Duty the series where you, like, to me, you know what it is like? The new version is like the Modern Warfare guys in Call of Duty. The old version is, I'm a Black Ops Assassin's Creed guy. This is the Assassin's Creed. So if they even making a Black Ops for me, granted, I get what you're saying, Saul. Like, it's clear, like, they probably was so scared. They like, just give them the old mixtape, verbatim. Don't change nothing. Give them the old joint, no new features. They can't get mad because we gave them the old, we didn't give them no. That's what they wanted. And I think to your point, maybe they was a little bit too extreme and went too verbatim, verse for the old stuff. And now it's like, okay, we got you. You could now include a little bit of more modern sensibilities with the stealth. and up that up a little bit. And as long as they keep making them, that's all I want. Just you got Mirage. Yes, I want COG wants Tenshu. Yes, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. That, you know what I'm saying?
Guys, they're bringing back Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
Talk to that team about what they're doing.
That's what I want. Like I'm not into, 200 hours and icon map vomit all over my Assassin's Creed. I'm not into that. Like, I want specific targets. I want to learn about why we kill them. And to me, it's more realistic that you can't take on 7 guys and doing all this other stuff. That's not Assassin. You got to be stealthy.
I don't understand how, like, first off, the reason that people have that mindset is because Assassin's Creed, they build you up as an RPG character. So you can do stuff like that in an RPG to that degree. But at the origins of Assassin's Creed, it's literally you are fragile. They put you in those scenarios because you can get in and get out without anyone seeing you.
No, I agree.
Yeah, Basim is a thief. That is what he is.
Right.
He is not a fighter.
He's not a fighter. And that's why at least I respect the attempt at this. I'm not saying this is perfect. I'm not saying, this definitely is better than all the newer Assassin's Creed. I'm just saying this is Assassin's Creed style that I like. Now they just got to improve on it and just make some more. Please, just make some more. And I don't mind 12 to 15 hour experience as long as you tell a good story. Now, I am hearing the controversy. Shout out to Ty from Lognet. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays, who they did say the issue that they have with this is that as you go longer, there's certain scenarios they put it where it's almost impossible and the game forces you to do combat, and that's when their combat really gets exposed because the game is forcing you to do combat, right? So at that point, fair enough, criticism taken, and then I heard the ending is a little, I don't know.
Well, what I heard is like, if for anybody, again, I'm not going to spoil it, but Basim as introduced in Valhalla, is a pretty important character.
Yes.
And it stands to be an important character for AC lore in general, right? So this is his origin story.
Right.
So from what I heard, it was like the ending doesn't hearken to what happens in Valhalla enough where it makes it an interesting connection. So well,
no, that's
we'll see.
That's pretty much all I got on this. So again, I'm just happy for the attempt. I do want to move on because I got to respect Colt's time. Just want to know how you doing, Colt. If we got you for the Redfall, how much time we got you for?
I got to talk about the Redfall before I leave. Yeah,
right, no doubt. How many super chats? Super chats are crazy.
We got a couple real quick.
Okay, get this because I'm dying here.
We got Alvin, $2 super chat. Charger is kind of like a Mustang. Stares into Marika. America. Then we got PK Thunder. Whoa, $5 super chat once again. FYI, Starfield did not start slow for me at all. What is going on here? Starfield, it started kind of quick for me. Like, I don't know what's slow for me because they throw you into the mix pretty quick. Then we got family, Lord Valakai.
What?
$5 super chat. Man, I can't wait for Mirage, and having WoW come to Xbox will be huge.
So I mean, look, we hope. We gotta see how the integration is. You know what I'm saying? But we hope. Shout out to Sinister and Valakon, OG Channel 5 members, the crew.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? BX represent. You already know.
Then we have Spectre Bull, $5 super chat. Could not stand Valhalla as an SC newbie, but Mirage has my full attention. It may actually encourage me to boot up Ezio collection. Yes, Ezio. Listen, I love Cassandra. That is my second heart. But Ezio Auditore da Firenze, that is the man.
Colt Eastwood agrees. Colt Eastwood agrees.
That's a tough choice between Cassandra and Ezio. They're both stellar characters.
Exactly.
But my friends like Dealer and Zocker were playing as Lexios.
And King
we were so
as well.
mad. We never let it up on him, man. You picked the worst character. Like Cassandra is supreme.
Yeah,
Cassandra
it was
supreme, dude.
Yes, night and day.
I gotta say,
you got
and I don't often check the Lord, especially in the cycles when I'm at church while you guys are
doing the normally show, it's rare. That's what's rare we get you.
Like when you're giving the shout out to the chat, I gotta make a little speech.
Let's go.
These people, these friends of ours, they're on. I go to other podcasts. I'm watching other people's podcasts. I get to guest on them, or I'm on my show, and almost all these people, they're there. They're at all the shows. They're just integral. You guys are all. I'm pointing at the chat right here off camera. You guys are so integral to this
community
privilege that we get to do podcasts and talk the business and talk the games and talk the ups and the downs. And you guys are all in all the same chats. You're like a mutual community. And we have to give you so much love for being there and being together with your friends in the chat. It means a lot to us as people who turn on a camera and go, gosh, I hope people want to hear us talk today. Just big love to you guys in the chat. And I wish we could just name every name.
No, well said.
They move as a unit. That's
they move as a unit. Now that's love. We wouldn't be who we are without them, right? So
for sure.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So one last one. We got put the crest in the chat for KJ Wars 85. Member for 4 months, Lord Gold. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No doubt. You already know. So this is the last one. Bonus. I'll grab this. Redfall. Redfall's in the news. Very surprising. You know what I mean? Shout out to Clover. I was the one that saw his tweet, and obviously Bethesda Arcade Austin. Huge update now available. Dropped this week. 60 FPS performance mode on Xbox Series X S. Stealth takedowns added, increased open world enemy population and new encounters, new controller settings, gameplay and combat changes, and so much more. So this was definitely a surprise. It hit the webs. So Colt Eastwood, we seem to have experience with this title, both of us, in its early iteration. There's a lot of controversy, a lot of talk, and obviously, I wish Parris was here, did mention it. This was kind of it kind of preceded one of the what preceded this was one of the kind of the famous interviews with Phil on Kind of Funny, and talking about obviously the state of Redfall was a big discussion at the time in the community. So what are your thoughts? Redfall now with an update.
Core Arcane zipping their lips while they got this update already. Like they would put about once a week or every 2 weeks. They would put out some little hey, remember Redfall is here, or Layla can do this or whatever, and they would get roasted in the replies. Where's the update? Why aren't you speaking up? Where's 60 FPS? Why didn't the game run on console properly? And they put their heads down and they just got this ready, and they just dropped it on a Friday or whatever it was. I think it was a Friday. And that had to be so rough for them. And some of it, it comes with the territory when you can't get, when you're a bit underbaked. But I have no reason to replay it. I have almost 100 hours into it, but I have 60 some hours, but Xbox says I have 100. But I played a lot of it most of it on PC.
The experience. I remember the PC experience when we went to see it versus console.
For me. I played it mostly on PC because of that, and it even didn't hold 60 properly on PC. So for me, and I have a 3080, it was just DigiFounder explained it had problems. So I loaded it up on the console, and it looked kind of like a PC version. And then I'm looking there, and there's a field of view slider, goes all the way up to 120, I think, which is really surprising. Not only do you get it to 60, but they're going to let you push it even harder at 60. And then it has dead zone changes, which were big complaints for people in first-person shooters. And they absolutely did add more enemy encounters. I can't walk past 2 houses without seeing a new group of enemies, and that was not the case.
Correct.
You had to walk an entire block with nothing to do. So
that's a fact.
Shout out to them, man.
Yeah, shout out to them. Now here's the question I got for you, Cole. We got to really get into the weeds now. Obviously we're all surprised by this. We didn't see this one coming, but I don't know if you caught Pete Hines's comments maybe earlier in the year, and he was kind of talking about how obviously they knew they didn't hit the targets, what they wanted to do with Redfall, and he was very animate. The 60 frames per second pouch is coming, but he also was kind of like, we expect this to be around, and he used the term Fallout 76. Now I don't know if you saw the Steam numbers and the increase of what's going on, but is it do you feel it's realistic, possible?
The Steam numbers for Redfall, you mean?
I mean, we saw that.
Is that what you were talking about?
Well,
the three,
the grand, total of Steam guys. But I guess I really want to get into the Steam part because it's kind of funny. But
those 3 people was Arcane probably on Steam testing the patch.
Testing the
patch. Was gonna give a good touch that. But,
sorry, go ahead.
Nah, you good. That was funny.
We're having fun.
We having fun. But the question is, the comments is, he is looking at it like a Fallout 76 situation, kind of redemption. So, do you think Redfall, if they keep it, could turn around, or it's like, look, bro, we appreciate what you did, but it might be time to move on. Where are you at with the long term of Redfall?
Yeah, I actually have an answer you probably wouldn't expect. I was saying like a couple weeks before this patch that Arcane should get the 60 FPS, push out those new characters, and just walk away. But what Pete Hines was saying, which people always misquote him since he said the 10-year thing, was he said, you have to remember this game in 10 years is going to be sitting on Game Pass, and it can't sit on Game Pass in its current state, is what he's saying. So he's like,
good point.
Arcane needs to get the game to where it should be, because someday in 10 years, he says, someone's going to load this up on Game Pass and say, what's Redfall? And it needs to be in a good place. Now, Fallout 76 took 3 years to get where it should be, but I hated that game. Now I love it.
Yeah.
So they did. I feel so weird sitting in the seat, like I'm like sitting in a little throne. Yeah. I mean, Arcane needs to they need to work on Dishonored 3 or whatever they're making, and they need to make that amazing. So they just need to set aside a small team. It's going to be mostly on support, on heavy support for
like a live team.
Yeah, for the Redfall, and get everything up to speed. And I don't know. I mean, you could they made big changes to Fallout, but what Redfall needs is there are mechanics that they put in the open world, but they only did them 1 out of 3 times, or 1 out of 3. Like my best example is there's a cultist radio tower that you go up and you blow it up and knock it down, and then that's it. There's a cop car in the second map, which most people don't even know there's the solely second map and the halfway point of the game. There's a cop car. You go over and you hit the broadcast, and it starts a 1 through 5 wave of cultists and vampires that you have to stave off. And it's really cool. And I'm like, and you do it once, you can never reenact it. It's not a thing that they placed here or there in the open world. I'm like, why? That's really great. So if they could do that, maybe they could make the game better, because it does have those moments of this is a cool game.
No, definitely some potential, in the mix of all the madness, so there's some potential that you hopefully, they see they can realize. Addict's back. I just want to make sure. Addict, 60 frames, updates. Redfall back. Let's go, right? We ready? It's all the way?
Nah, I ain't there yet. I do respect them, the fact that they did fund this. I mean, it took them 6 months to do this. And to be honest with you, I thought it was just going to be that. If you would have sat there, I don't know why my camera's like that.
No, you good.
If you would have told me like 6 months ago that they not only were going to do a 60 frame patch, they were going to, fix a lot of the issues and criticisms they've had in the world, I would have said you're delusional. But they're doing it. It does seem like, Bethesda has took a lot of the criticism to heart, and they are fixing these issues. And for the people that were telling me that these weren't issues, what now? They fixed them, so they were clearly issues. It's like, look, like
the what now?
Yeah, clearly they fixed them. There's issues, and it's just like, I like that, because some of that Ubisoft energy. We're not going to put something out in the ether. If it don't work out, we're just going to abandon. It's like, we promised you a product. Might take us a minute, and that doesn't excuse the fact. Yes. I'm on that same wave I was with Cyberpunk.
Fair enough.
Except for the Cyberpunk was a little bit different, because they were doing a little like some very unusual things. But when it comes to this, it's like, look, if you got Game Pass and you're willing to give it another chance, do it. If you don't, I don't blame you at all.
No, fair enough.
Because a lot of the times you get that initial impression, you'll never get that again.
Good point. Sav, me and you were fortunate to cover this game on PC.
We cover a similar game.
Similar game on PC. But now that the dust has settled on console, there is a patch and update. Stealth Kill, which was in your what are your criticisms when we talked about it?
Yeah.
So how are we feeling? Redfall, is it safe?
I don't know that it's safe. I haven't, again, I downloaded it again. I haven't booted it up, but just looking at kind of the improvements. Obviously, the 60 FPS was something that, for a lot of people, was a big deal. 60 FPS is great. I think people that played it at 30 didn't really, that was the least of the problems.
Least of the issues.
The game. But it's great that they did that, because the game, again, any shooter, modern shooter, I'm gonna be honest, man, just give me 60 FPS. It's just smoother. It's what people should be playing any sort of first-person game at. It's a 60 FPS minimum. The other stuff that was kind of more important, I think, to me, because it's an Arcane game, right? And it didn't have a lot of Arcane sort of DNA in it. And one of the big things was the fact that when you sneak up on people, there was no sort of animation for a stealth kill.
Facts.
It was just you sneak up behind them and shoot them in the back of the head or whatever it was. There was nothing else.
Yes. And sometimes they didn't turn around when you did it. Sometimes
when they get mad, yeah,
exactly. It just hit them with the gun, butt of the gun. So the fact that that's there is cool. I'm hoping that it's not one per character, or it's just they added one and they all have the same one. But again, it's good that they went back and addressed these sort of criticisms that people had of the game. The biggest one, I think, that it kind of makes or breaks the game is the AI stuff, right?
Yes.
And AI stuff and the density of the world, where the density of the world that we played in that preview, in that vertical slice, it felt alive. Yes. It felt alive in that it populated with a bunch of dead things. But it felt like everywhere you went, there was some form of danger that you could be in, whether it was cultists, whether it was one of those vampire mini bosses sort of holding down a specific area. There was always something, or there was something in the realm of story beats where you would, enter a space, something happened there, and like you could, the environmental storytelling would tell you kind of what happened there, and then you could, you could jump off of that. So, I'm anxious to see what they did with that, right? Because they did say they improved the density of the game in the console space, and I'm hopefully the PC as well. So I'm excited to see if that is true, because that is kind of where the game just did not feel like there was any sort of synergy between the world that they created and then the gameplay they created to sort of function within that world. And then on top of that, the idea of synergy. When you talk about this game, I think one of the things that we talked about was the fact that, hey, if you put all of the powers together from all of these characters, you get one Corvo from maybe. So the hope is that, and it being mostly a multiplayer game, right? The hope was that the powers of each of these individual characters synergized in a way that made the gameplay fun when taking on these enemies, right? And none of that sort of came to pass in the final game. So my hope is that they continue to improve in that regard. It was like, hey, whatever or at least address it, even if they roll it back and turn it into something else and be like, okay, how can we arcanify this even more and forget about the synergy between the characters because it's too difficult? Well, then give each character more sort of immersive sim style moves.
Yes.
So they can function. They can all be sort of unique within this world, but they all have a plethora of tools that they can attack these scenarios with.
Preach.
Exactly.
Not just the same ability, but you get a little bit more faster recharge or the same thing. I agree. More deeper into the skill tree.
Exactly. Because to me, this is it. If you're going back, you're continuing to work on this game. I commend that. I'm so grateful and happy that they're doing that, because this idea is cool. This idea was always cool, especially with Arcane behind it. It just, the game that they released doesn't have Arcane DNA. It really doesn't. There's very little there. So Arcaneify the game and really put the work in to do that.
Yes.
And make it a better product. I'm not expecting it to have a No Man's Sky turnaround, right? Or a Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty turnaround.
You're not gonna do the okay. All right.
I'm hopeful. I'm not expecting it, but hey, who knows? But the thing about it is that the core game here, the core game they released ain't that great, right? So they would have to rework the whole thing. We've seen it. We've seen it, right? Because they went back to the drawing board on Cyberpunk and gave us, at its core, it kind of functions differently. So it's a possibility. I just don't know that that's what they're willing to do on this title. But if they are, do it. Go all the way, and let's not have the final word on this game be, they went back and sort of addressed some issues, but it still sucks.
I mean, but to Colt's point, what if from a resource standpoint, doing that prevents you? Let's say,
go to Dishonored 3.
You don't want the Cyberpunk.
Thank you for the 60 FPS. Thank you so much. Let's go.
You don't want Redfall, Phantom Liberty. You don't want the comeback story.
I'm good, homie.
There's a big difference. Cyberpunk. And I'll say this controversial thing.
Let's go.
Cyberpunk was always a great game.
Yes.
And replaying it right now in the opening the opening quarter of the game, so not really any new content, it really reaffirms that Cyberpunk was always a really great game and is worth redeeming. Redfall is worth fixing.
Yes.
Why we gotta stop it? Why we can't have a comeback story? Y'all don't want to see that? Y'all don't want to see Dishonored on hold for a little bit?
Listen, if it can be done without removing resources from the next project,
yes,
whatever that may be, sure, 100%, I'm all in, and I will be there to support. If that is not the case, and if that is not the case, and said new project happens to be Dishonored 3,
yes,
or a new IP or whatever it may be that is very much in Arcane's wheelhouse, what we expect from them.
We're gonna let Harvey do what he want to do.
We're gonna let Harvey do what he want to do. Let's move on.
All right. I mean, I guess. Look, man,
I agree.
Why Dishonored can't be on hold and we get
if
Redfall
between giving Redfall less resources and trying to fix giving Dishonored 3 resources and trying to fix Redfall. Redfall had its opportunity. Dishonored doesn't need to have less of an less of a potential to thrive. It's like, look, I get it. They gave us a 60 frames, and I didn't think that was going to happen to a degree. Man. So it's just like, to me, we're already in the W range. Let's take this small W we have and let's ride off into the sunset.
Man, you try to stop me from getting my Harvey interview part 2. That was a highlight of my life.
It isn't always what the fans, like a segment of fans want, because we know that the Arcane team really wants to move forward. And if that is Dishonored 3, like, that's what they all really want to do.
Oh, yeah, facts.
And so if they segment a 10% of the team to do control and repair and delivering the promise of what Redfall is in the next year or so, that's fine. But if the team is passionate about Dishonored 3, sometimes you put out a game that isn't amazing. Yeah. Every team, even Insomniac has put out banger after banger, but Fuse was not a great game. I think it's like a 65 Metacritic. Nobody ended up playing this 4-player co-op cover shooter. It just didn't land. And what did Insomniac do? They moved forward and they did a small game, and then they put out Sunset Overdrive. So you got to let them cook.
Let them cook. All right. So
basically,
and
that's my closing statement. I gotta go. I gotta eat something.
Go get some food, brother.
Awesome. Love the Lords. I feel like we were just there. We were just like hugging.
we were just hugging.
It's like, not only do you have to let them cook, like, you got to give, just because Redfall wasn't the success that I'm sure some people at Xbox and Bethesda wanted to be at the start. It's like, that doesn't mean the studio can't do anything good. It's like, sometimes you got to give that second opportunity to learn from your mistakes. Because what I don't like is stuff like Callisto Protocol not getting a sequel. Because even though I wasn't the biggest fan of that game, I feel like the majority of games deserve a sequel to correct the mistakes they made from the prequel. And it's like, I feel like most times we could have had a franchise, but some dude named Alan that works at one of these big executives, he decided that it wasn't worth investing into. and now they're a support studio doing something. Like
fair enough. I want to get Colt out of here on top. Colt Eastwood, more than gameplay. Where can the people find you? What else you got going on before you leave, sir?
I'm just gonna be playing some Forza, and I'm absolutely loving my Cyberpunk replay, and then I'll move on to Mirage, and we will cry, we will whine, we will complain, but we are up to here in amazing games.
Fact.
So
that's true.
let
So
people
many
be
games.
excited. Let people be hyped about what they want to play. Let people enjoy the game that you don't love. Hey, I'm going to play games you don't love, so just have a good time out there. And I appreciate you guys and the
Appreciate you,
community
brother.
that you bring together.
You know,
Thanks for
much
having
love,
me, brother.
Colt. Appreciate you, brother. Always a
You
pleasure
guys.
to
I'm
see
gonna
you.
get back to
Get your drive on. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully I see you soon. Always pleasure. The legendary Lord Colt Eastwood in the building. Salute. Enjoy your Sunday, brother.
Thank you guys. See ya.
You already know. Yeah, for me, I'll just make it quick. I'm a little disappointed. Y'all ain't want me to interview Harvey again. You know what I'm saying? Because I was trying to have my moment.
You can ask him about the new thing.
Look, just for the record, that Redfall interview with Harvey is our -- video now. You know,
it is,
bro.
you know
it is
that
our #1 video right now.
That
But
couch
here's
has
the
sold
thing.
thousands of that couch has sold so many.
Here's the thing, though, is that our #1 interview for good reasons.
Listen, I think people really like my reporting with Harvey. Let me stop. All jokes aside, look, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I do think it's interesting. You know, look, Pete had said, you know, they had a long-term plan, and you know they're not going to give up on it. You know, the question would be, like you said, the extent. Is it just to not give up, to fix it, to get it to a playable state, the functional state, and then kind of move on with just a live maintenance team, or is it a full-fledged? We are revamping and doing kind of what maybe Saul suggested if they were going to do, which is skill trees, all that other stuff. You know, my issue. Look, I played the patch, 60 frame. Yes, thank you. Yes, it looks good. It moves good. I love the stealth kill option. You know, I still got issue though. I mean, I still sort of popping on console was still a little rough. You know what I'm saying? Also with the mobs. You know, the AI is better, but I still a couple of instances where certain mobs weren't reacting to other emergent events. So I was like, all right, still a ways to go there. You know, what sucks is the premise of the game in Vampires is so cool, and you just want it to succeed. But there could be a point when it's like, hey, get it to a point of playable state. Maybe that's where they stop it at, and then they move on, you know, to the other, you know, the majority of the team moves on to the big project. I am curious, though, if they truly commit to fixing. That would be very interesting. Not that I would be mad. It would just be interesting to me, you know, if they did it. So, look, one thing about live service, you know, if you put enough effort, it could come back, but we'll see. You know, me personally, I'm with you guys. I rather a Dishonored 3 at this point. You know what I'm saying? I rather them give the fans, you know, what they truly want and have a team that's really dedicated. Because my understanding with Redfall is, remember, internally the reports came out that some of the team they was hoping this get canceled, and there was some of the team that was thinking they was going to make a classic arcade game. Then they left saying, "Hey, we didn't really kind of sign up for that." And I'm very curious to see what Harvey wants. You know what I'm saying? That's why I would love to interview him again, because it's just like, hey, what do you want to do? And if he's afforded a team to make another game in his vision, why you laughing?
Because it's funny, you know, obviously he had to do this, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
In that interview, you know, he's all in on this. On
Redfall he was spitting. He was spitting.
It's spitting, and it's just like, obviously, you know, again, you're not gonna crater your product before it comes out, right? You have to support it, and you can't, you know, you can't do a shoot interview like right before it comes out. But like, this thing is the worst. Don't buy it. Like,
Facts.
You can't. But it's gonna be interesting to see, you know, what the pivot is, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, again, but more importantly, shout out to Arcade for keeping their word on the patch. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be real. I thought it was gonna be spooky. And they was going, because it's been a minute. And I was like, wait a minute, that joint was supposed to call. I was like, oh, they might be trying to sweep this under the rug and act like they ain't say, because they did promise it. So salute to the team for doing that.
Did you see the thing IGN got themselves into?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Did you see that, Saul?
No, I missed it. What happened? What
So
do?
they promoted a tweet talking. I guess it was an article. I don't know if they made it recently or maybe it's an article they made previously, and they were just promoting it on Twitter. Or if it's an article they just made and then they're promoting it, but this article said with no 60 frames, with no 60 frames patch, no roadmap or something else. I'm sure the verbiage someone in the chat can give me. It says I think it's safe to say that like Redfall's dead or something like that. And then like 10 minutes later, they announced the 60 frames.
Wow.
It aged like milk, right?
Yeah, that ain't aged well.
And they were getting drugged through the streets of Twitter.
Yeah, look. Yeah. I'm just happy that they were able to commit. And it was more than just the 60. It was also, quality of life stuff. So salute to them for keeping their word. That's my main thing, because I was a little worried. Like, yo, we ain't hear from this. Where's this patch coming? And they would just move on. But no, they did that. So look, it is what it is. Hopefully they turn it around. If not, give us this 103. Thank you. Anyway, that's all I got. Super chat, sir. Let me get a polling up out of here.
Yes, sir. Okay,
you want me to get the poll first? Oh, you got it.
No, I got the super chats.
Okay.
Let me see. Spartan661, member for 2 months with Browns. I missed the whole show. I'll watch after it's over. All of you are awesome. I'm in the White Mountains of New Hampshire working. See you guys later. Damn. Hey, go. I've been in the White Mountains of New Hampshire.
Yeah, be safe, bro. Be safe.
Do you think? Then we got Pat F, member for 2 months, Lord Bronze. Great to see Colt on ILP. Another great week in the round. Thank you.
Salute. Thank you.
That.
Much love.
Then we got Homeless Bird, $5 super chat. Dishonored 3 would be incredible. As a huge fan of Arcane, I want to see another Prey and an FPS boosted version of Dishonored 2. Yes, no FPS boost on that on console.
Yeah, facts.
And here's to a better future. Yes.
No doubt. Salute.
Sure. And we got Pragmatic Eagle, $5 super chat. I just want to know if they fixed the powers. The powers were booty juice. They have not fixed the powers. Did they fix those? If not, still no point to play the game for me. I get it.
Fair enough.
It's kind of what I was alluding to. And then Alvin with the $5 super chat. Leon is probably already working on Dishonored 3. We saw the leaks. Austin will be on something different. Redfall work doesn't affect Dishonored 3, which is true.
Good point. No, he's right. He's right. Leon is dead. Yeah.
Is the Dishonored dev, right?
I mean,
the worry with Austin is how many people that know how to make an Arcane game, quote unquote, are still there, and will they have the ability to staff up and go back to making an Arcane style game? So you're absolutely right. It is Leon.
Yeah, it's Leon making Dishonored and Austin. But with Austin, what I would hope is just that if Harvey gets his vision to make the classic games. This is the man from, Prey, Deus Ex. Like, if he's able to make his vision of a game, a new IP, and get a team that's obviously wants to do that and hire that to me is super exciting. And I would love for that studio to get a redemption story. You think he's leaving? You think he out? Harvey got the bag? He out?
Yeah, I think, he's not came out openly with his plans, but I think it involves him leaving.
All right, well, we'll see. Well, we wish him the best if he do it. If he don't, get back to business and do what we know you to do. This is because again, on that game, in defense of Xbox, like that game was pre-acquisition. And remember that the insider rumors were they were hoping it got canceled because they didn't really want to go into that. But Bethesda did try to catch the live service multiplayer wave initiative. You know what I'm saying?
Then when Phil went over to visit, he didn't go into that room.
Yeah, clearly. And
he went down the hall.
Because I remember the documents kind of implied.
The room and said, "Where's the Starfield?"
They kind of implied that they thought that was going to be good. So it's a lesson learned for Xbox. When you acquire, you got to make sure, see how those older, projects are. He's been very transparent about the misstep there. So, anyway, so super chat still, sir.
That is it.
All right, cool. Let's get the poll with the latest rumors of Naughty Dog's Factions multiplayer being on ice. What do you think is the best course of action moving forward? Choices are A, if the core gameplay loop is not good, Bungie's negative review is justified to cancel Factions. B, Sony should give Naughty Dog more time to refine Factions for review. C, allow Naughty Dog to make an entirely new multiplayer vision with Bungie support. or D. I don't care. But we gonna flip if we keep getting remasters of Last of Us single player games. Shout out to all those in the chat. It will go up later today. Again, shout out to Parris Lily. Shout out to Colt Eastwood holding us down in the absence of the King. Send King some love. He had some appointments he could not get out of, but he did want to bless the realm with his opinions. Hopefully y'all like that. And his VR, I don't even know what he was doing. I don't even know what to call that. Cyborg King. I don't know what he was doing, but shout out to him for the laughs and again, holding us down in the interim. Lord Addict, where can people find you? What you got going on?
You can find me on Twitter, Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. I will be having a video going live tomorrow. Gonna be these people won't socialize themselves with it, but that's fine.
Damn,
what
spicy.
are you talking
about?
There's people in the chat that's gonna love it. But yeah, it's I've been on my exposing the truth triumph that here recently. So tomorrow is another chapter of Addict exposing the truth. So definitely go over to my YouTube channel, Gaming Addict. It's pretty much done. I just have to do a little bit more minor editing, and I will be probably posting it around noonish tomorrow. But I think I'm gonna upset people, and then I'm not gonna upset people. But I upset people all the time, so
yes,
we're good on that.
We get a preview of what the subject was. We gotta wait.
Nah, we gonna wait.
We go.
Not gonna have someone snatch my video idea in 24 hours.
I feel that.
So yeah, right there. Click on that. Go sub and watch the Salt tomorrow, man. Watch the Salt tomorrow.
Clearly
Appreciate. We had almost 900 people in the chat.
Salute.
Very good show. Looks like we're gonna end the show almost 5,500 views. There's still 631 people and 525 likes. I know we can get up that, man, before we leave.
Salute.
I'm gonna send you guys to let's see who we going today. There's no one that. See, you have to excuse me because Cog follows people on the ILP channel. I don't. It's between Legendary Jobs, Jade PG, and Shaun K the King.
Shaun K, all right.
And the Young Turks, which they have a bunch of people. We're not sending you there.
Yeah,
so it's between Legendary Jobs. Who are these people, Cog? Who should I send them to out of those three?
We said Legendary Jobs. Who was the second one?
Jade PG and Shaun K the King.
All three decent,
Just tell me which one.
Legendary, man. Let's do Legendary. Let's do that.
Send you guys the Legendary Drops. Go over there and put in the ILP raise.
Yeah, put in the ILP when you get over there. No doubt. Lord Saab, where can find people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Hopefully playing Mirage in some way, shape, or form. I'm excited to play more of this. I haven't played one of these in a long time, and I got ready for it by playing a little bit of Brotherhood. But Brotherhood on the PC is weird because Brotherhood, every time you shut down, it crashes the whole thing. It bricks. Yeah.
PC Master Race.
It looks nice when you're playing it and runs nice. Shutting it down is the problem. So.
It's another thing.
But yeah, it got me ready for this, so I'm excited to get back in there and play more of Bossim's origin story. So hopefully I do more of that. And yeah, that's it. What else we got? We got a month coming, man. We got Spider-Man around the corner. Alan Wake. I forgot what it got pushed to, but Alan Wake I'm very excited for. So yeah, look out for that stuff.
No doubt. And of course, again, appreciate the love. Appreciate y'all coming through, having fun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's it. And we will be covering Spider-Man. I saw people asking did we get codes in the chat. PlayStation never really messed with us to that degree, but we will be covering it after it comes out.
No doubt. You got to get that on. So yeah, next Sunday should be good. Again, send some love to the King doing his thing, deserved break and fun show and stuff that he's doing. Send some love. He is okay. We just mess with him. He hates when I say send some love.
The funny thing is we always say King is responsible for the link to the show because of his tangents. We're going on 4 hours and 30 minutes. I feel like when King's not here, we're like, we could speak more. And we end up speaking more.
Shout out to King on that. And again, everybody that came through Paris with the love, you know what I'm saying? Of course, Colt Eastwood. And yeah, hopefully we'll see what happens. Should be potential news next week, maybe. We'll see if that news happens.
Could be.
We may have to alter and do things, but yes, Gungriff, we will hold the line.
And then the following week will be our Spider-Man impressions.
Yes, no doubt. But that's all I got. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Anything else before we roll up, Addict?
Nope, we are good.
All right, we good. We up out of here. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Peace. Bills.
$2 super chat from Nintendo Don the Otaku. You better cover Super Mario Wonder 2. We actually reached out to them.
Cog is on that.
What you mean? Addict is our Nintendo representative.
It won't be.
He gets all the Nintendo codes, Pokemon. He is our definitive Nintendo guy, Lord Addict.
It won't be the week it comes out, but I will. No, it's just we gotta wait for the game to come out. But it will probably be.
It comes out the day of Spider-Man as well. So.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It did release. It did release. Then it did release.
All right. So it will be most likely when we talk about Spider-Man. I'll probably try to play both of them as much as possible. I do want to in depth on the RPG one, the Mario RPG coming out at the end of the month. I think.
So this the one with the mushrooms or not? Which one?
No, this is the one with the new mushrooms. The getting high Mario. I think Mario RPG is November. If I'm correct.
And I asked for a couple codes so we can all play.
And they ain't push it back because it came out with Spider-Man. They push it.
Nah, Mario ain't budging the Spider-Man.
So Mario's
outselling Spider-Man.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Mario is outselling Spider-Man.
Oh, big Mario outside. Okay.
Yeah, that Mario is going to sell 10 million in 2 days.
Over Spidey with the tool with the Venom.
Yeah. Well, there ain't nothing else to play on the Switch, so
damn.
There's something about 2D Mario. Bro.
Just think about all these games that's come out: Starfield, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Resident Evil 4. Ain't none of that on the Switch.
I mean, they do got Tears of the Kingdom in this giant.
Yeah, and it's been a couple months, so I'm sure they feeding the tube, man. They want a little bit more.
Anyway, so you heard it here first. Nintendo, Lord Addict got you on the Super Mario joint.
We all got you.
And now we out.